Sorry, I was listening to the song for a sec, and then I just see someone type, Canada had its largest school shooting in the last 60 years yesterday. While I'm listening, I'm like, dude, can you like pick like a worse time to like type? Like the music was like so. Listen, obviously it's a tragedy. I don't find the situation funny. It was just a little awkward timing. This is proof that gun control has nothing to do with it. Or like they blame it on like trans people again, and they show like this like schizo chart where like five of the people on it aren't even trans, and like another two nobody knows about because like they shot like two people or some shit. Listen, okay, it is like history. It's not even really history. It just keeps repeating itself, man. It just ever like whatever is like perceived as like the counterculture or whatever is just like blamed for this shit. And like I guess now I know trans is not like a counterculture or whatever, but like they see it that way. Like back when Columbine happened and shit, it was like the music and Marilyn Manson and stuff. I remember like watching. I don't remember it because I wasn't alive in 1999. But I watched. Was it Bowling for? No, I didn't watch Bowling for Columbine because I don't know why. I just don't like Michael Moore. I watched something and it like showed like an old protest where like people are talking about Marilyn Manson and they're like, not everybody who goes out, not everybody who sees a car commercial for a Cadillac goes out and actually buys one, but a few of them do, as like a talking point against his music and shit. And then it turns out like the shooters didn't even listen to him. It's just like this is literally what right-wing populism is. Take like complex, multifaceted issues and make everybody feel better by giving it some very simple explanation, normally in the form of like a group of people that can't really fight back for themselves. Crime, drugs, etc. Imagine if instead of like looking at like the various factors that contribute to like the drug problem in America, we could just blame it all on one group of people. So much easier. So much easier. The problem was the area only has 2,700 with no access to healthcare, basically. Yeah, I don't know what the hell the problem. This is not gonna end, okay? This is not gonna end. This is just like it's gonna be the same thing next week, and the same thing next week, and the same thing next week, or not next week, maybe next month. But it's like there was a time where when a school shooting happened, like everybody would know about the big ones. You could go back and recall it. Sandy Hook, Parkland, etc. But then a point came where they were just like happening so frequently, we can't even remember all of them. Like there was one I remember back in 2023, some dude in Maine like killed 20 people in like some mass shooting or something. And it was like nobody remembers that shit. Okay, I know in Canada it's a big deal. I know in Canada it's a big deal. Obviously. Should be a big deal here too, but just watch it never change. Watch it never fucking change. It's like what do you do about it? Like what any like you politics is so raped in this country because you can't do shit because everyone's so fucking stupid. So like it's just like I could just sit here and complain about it. I can't actually recommend a viable solution because it's true. Yeah, if you go around taking the guns or whatever, that's going to be fucking disastrous. Nobody who's advocating for like European style gun reform is like a serious person, especially how polarized this country is. Like if you the people have shown that no matter how many people fucking like die in these events, like they're not going to give a fuck and they will like see you as a tyrannical government if you actually try to make reform in that area. And I don't know. I'm not trying to cause a civil war here. Like it's it has literally gotten to the point. I know two mass shooting survivors personally. I feel like I know three, but I can't think of who the third one was. I had a cousin that survived Parkland, and the lady that used to cut my hair survived the Las Vegas shooting. But that shouldn't I shouldn't know two like that shouldn't be like a thing. Anyways, I only have the Nuxtaku video on the docket today. It should take most of our time. Um, Unfortunately, topic suggestions are pretty bleak. Executive Decision, aka G's. You know him, you love him. He suggests some stuff. He suggests a bunch of random shit all the time, and occasionally there's something in there that is potentially interesting. You guys know about? Oh, it got deleted, did it? You guys know about tetrodotoxin, right? Oh, it's deleted. Never mind. Well, it's like this. Forget how exactly it works, but it causes like complete paralysis by like binding to a certain receptor and like blocking the channel or whatever. But it's like found in like certain toxic underwater species like the cone snail's tetrodotoxin, right? Or the box jellyfish and like the blue ring octopus. I didn't know that there was also like a crab that had that, and apparently some like Filipino YouTuber didn't either because she like caught a crab and cooked it and ate it, and it's called the devil crab because it has traces of like cyanotoxin, I think, and tetrodotoxin, and she just like fucking died. Thank you, G's for the 5. What's with the watch, Aiden? Well, I guess I'll find the time to answer that question. um, I don't know. It's cool. My other watch is literally too. I have to get the link. I have to find someone to remove a link. It's too big for my wrist. Have you heard about Firebat? I haven't. I looked at like one clip and it just looked like some autistic person. I don't know like what their deal is and shit. Um, will you debate Beckett on you defending people sending CSAM to others? 100%, 100%. Here's what I'm not gonna do. I am done with like the people like Lumpy Willie like adding me or messaging me on Discord. Such and such said this, etc. I'm just gonna ignore it. If you have an issue with any take I've given, my lines are always open, right? You should be challenging them to call in if they have a disagreement, right? This never happened, right? What happened was there was a series of events presented, and my take was if we were to believe these events happened in the way that it's being portrayed they did, then it would be a bit more nuanced. You would have to apply some nuance when calling a 15-year-old a CSAM distributor, because the series of events that were laid out were this. This person had found some, like, UTTP or someone had posted, like, some hyper-distorted video where nobody knew what it was. By the way, I'm not even saying any of this is true. I'm saying if we were to believe it's true, which nobody contested at the time, right? UTTP or someone posts this, like, blurred video. A 15-year-old gets a hold of it, thinks it's like mysterious or whatever, sends it into their server, not realizing that in a link in the description, which people later then found and clicked, led to like actual CP. If the person sending it, the 15-year-old, the minor, didn't know about the link in the description, then to just call them a CSAM distributor without adding that context, a CSAM distributor, by the way, in the worst category of people, irredeemable socially, etc., it would be misleading to do so. Now, the events could have happened differently. I'm not opposed to that. But as they were laid out and as nobody was contesting at the time, then yes, nuance would be appropriate so that you don't ruin a 15-year-old's life. Yeah. If there's any disagreement about that or my take, people could call in, as always. It shouldn't be my burden to go chase people down just because they disagree with me like all the time. Like, I appreciate you letting me know. I doubt you're recounting it accurately, Lumpy, but Beckett can call in if he has a disagreement. You don't know how to remove a watch. There's a lot of basic shit I never learned how to do until I came to a moment I had to do it. I don't wear watches. There's never been a moment in my life where I had to remove a watch link. I learn how to do things when I need to learn how to do it. Anyways, with that being said, we'll get into this video. The trifecta of rape has gone down this month. Time after we watched Lakari and his goon folder, his potentially underage illegal goon folder, get exposed. Okay, can we not? Can we please not? Please, buddy, please. Am I still in London? Yeah, dude, I just like had like what what kind of like how do I answer these questions? It's like I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. It's just like the questions recently have been like this is why the Goyim are losing, bro. Asking shit like, why is it white in the background? Are you still in London? As like I'm clearly in California, etc. Am I still in Malta? Yeah, dude. Good one. Sorry. Anyways, there has been this community that is formed around nothing brings people together like a common enemy. And a community has formed surrounding hatred of Hassan Piker as well and support for Ethan Klein by proxy of that, etc. Hassan's somebody that's easy to dislike, you know, he's successful, he's good looking, he says some dumb shit sometimes. Very easy to dislike. Do I think he's particularly egregious or as egregious as they portray him to be? No. The problem is, though, some of the most vocal, a reasonable person could dislike Hassan. I'm not going to do the thing that they do, where you take like a few cherry-picked examples of bad people and use that to like claim that everyone who dislikes Hassan is this way. But it seems like the most vocal leaders of the anti-Hassan opposition are all just fucking horrible people. A lot of them, right-wing grifters that blatantly get shit wrong, hide on their little like hugbox platforms, refusing to engage in like critical discussion, and decide that they should be giving political analysis despite evidently knowing nothing about politics and not even knowing what the fuck is going on. It's all just like vibes-based commentary, like, yeah, women should stop doing OnlyFans. Boom. 1 million subs. I'm now like leader of the anti-Hassan opposition. But another thing they like to do, besides these vibes-based analyses, is to rape. These people really like to rape people for some reason, or touch kids. So we had Lakari, who had his folder. Okay, apparently he's in a porn treatment center at the moment, albeit I don't think that's where he needs to be. We then had Tectone, who a civil court found basis to the notion that he sexually assaulted his ex multiple times to the point where they were willing to grant a 10-year protective order and seize all his weapons. Tectone is also like a verifiable liar and promoted his sex criminal dad and then lied about not knowing about his sex criminal dad's past, etc. And now we have Nux. Now, nobody needs to make a giant video to tell me that Nuxtaku is like a pedophile or something. I mean, look at the guy's channel. Like, what are we doing here? But a long time ago, I think it was a few months ago, I was in a VC with commentary video maker Nick Andros. And from his hole that he lives in Finland, he was cooking something. The Mutahar videos were doing well. And now his eyes were locked in on Nux. And he tells me that in a week, he has a video coming out where he's going to prove, hypothetically, that Nux X, Y, and Z. What X, Y, and Z were, I don't fucking remember. All I remember is when he went on his, like, speech and told me, I was actually, like, interested and, like, kind of blown away, and I'm like, this needs to come out, and I was anticipating its release. This was so long ago that when we had this conversation, I was playing on the old Minecraft server, right? a week went by, and then another week, and then another week, and then another week, and then another. You get the point. I was giving him a lot of shit because this video had to come out. I wanted it to come out like right after the it would have been perfect. You get the trifecta of rape if it came out right after the Tectone court case concluded. But now it's fine too. I just knew this video had a bombshell. And apparently other people did as well. This video is getting a fuck ton of traction now. It's an hour and 20 minutes long, and despite all my criticisms of Nick Andros for his procrastination and not being like smart with his content strategy sometimes, he did do his homework, and that's what's going to carry him here. The bombshells that he's uncovered. So we're going to check out this video. It's an hour and 20 minutes. Grab some popcorn, snort a line of coke, get your weed, whatever. And we will get into this. Thank you, Soul, for the 2. Give me my nod back, you curly, curly, sad man. No. Nux made a horrible comment about sexual assault towards women in his Ariana Grande, stating how he was describing the act, which is disgusting for itself to make a joke. Okay, we'll get into this video. We'll figure out what's going on. And yeah, hopefully whoever's like asleep at the wheel at YouTube like realizes what kind of person this is.
Welcome. I'm
Oh, wait, one more thing. I also know that he got exposed for being friends with fucking or supporting Shadbase, right? A misconception that I can personally attest to because I was around back then and I was a fucking dumb kid. We all knew that Shadbase was fucking disgusting, and I explicitly remember with my little like commentary friends at the time on Skype, we would talk about how does anyone support this guy? Because he drew Lieutenant Corbis, who was like 12 years old at the time, like actually like engaging in like a sexualized images, and he did the same with Keemstar's daughter. Like everyone knew at that point, like this guy's a pedophile. How does anyone interact with him? So anyone who claims otherwise or whatever, or well, back then everyone liked the guy or whatever. Those people are letting you know that they're okay with pedophilia so long as like the big guys are also okay with it. Then they'll turn a blind eye. Because no, if you actually like stood on principle back then and stood by your standards, you would acknowledge this guy's a pedophile that is legitimately harming children. Yes, sexualizing actual children is harming real children. You can't use the it's just drawings defense. And yeah, anyone with common sense knew it wasn't okay. So that fucking cope is total bullshit.
Nicandros. This is Tectone, a guy who used to follow 900 hentai accounts on Twitter. When likes were still public, people found out that Tectone had liked an animation depicting a Genshin Impact character called Venti getting their backdoor blown wide open by a BB Hilichurl C.
Dude. That is a me reference. He's right. I'm sorry, that's not a me reference. Wait, hold on. I need to explain. I was complaining to Nick Andros that I have this back door that my landlord was supposed to come over and fix, and he never fixed it. So, like, the wind was blowing it open and shut all day. For the next... he made fun of the story, and then every time I was in VC with him, for, like, the next, like, 7 months, he would say, like, is your landlord, like, helping you with your blown open back door and shit? It was so... Dude.
For context, Venti is an effeminate male character with the body of a 15-year-old boy, so Tectone has a history of jerking it to gay porn involving 15-year-old boys. This is more speculative, but photographic evidence suggests...
Here's where he's got to be careful, and this is where I think the mistake he made on the Muda shit, he has to... I've said this a million times, and I think this is why his video took so long. You don't need to bring in every point. Stick with your solid points that you can hammer home. Because if you're trying to litigate as many points as possible, if one of them like the speculative shit, or one of them might not be the strongest, they could be like disingenuous, refute the weaker claim, and act like the whole video is useless because of it. Like you give them an unnecessary line of attack, especially when you have like a video that's gonna, I think, have really great points. So I hope he stays away from like the speculation or talking about shit he's not like absolutely certain of.
That Tectone lives by the slogan, "He who beats it, eats it." In case you don't know what that means,
okay.
Now you might be disgusted by this, but given Tectone's physiology, that's actually a very impressive feat.
Is that all?
Wasn't this video taken down because it got like age restricted? Why did it get age restricted? It beats me, bro.
Me when I show her my penis. I'm 6'8". I don't know why I would lie about that. My penis isn't that small where I feel the need to lie about my height. But I'm
Toss from Belinda. Aiden's landlord blows his back door open. Yeah.
6'8". I'm 6'8". I'm 6'8". Are you 6'8"? I'm 6'8". 6'7". I'm 6'6". I'm 6'7". I'm 6'7". 6'6" men BMI.
Now, for reference, I'm 6'7". Ooh. I've sometimes claimed to be 200 and sometimes 201 centimeters.
It's actually true. You can hear it in the voice too. There are people that are so tall, like you just hear it in their voice. But he's Finnish. Those people are like freakishly tall.
But I've never claimed to be 2 whole inches taller. You might say that lying about 2 inches is not a big deal.
Every guy except me, and I was told I should be doing, because I'm like 6'3", and I would always tell people I'm 6'3", and someone was like, just fucking say 6'1". I was like, well, I don't want to lie, but apparently every guy does this. When you're going a whole 2 inches, okay, now you're really getting ahead of yourself a little bit.
But to some people, that's all they've got.
Thankfully, I have a very small cock.
It's not, to be fair, it's not insane. There's probably a ton of people that like give themselves extra 2 inches height-wise. But, I mean, come on, man. $4 from How About Nope. Pair character exaggeratedly stretching his arm forward to offer a cup of coffee. Thank you so much. Much appreciated, How About Nope. You're a nerd, Aiden? No. Dude, next this guy's gonna call me a doofus. A dweeb. A punk, even. He's gonna give me a swirly in the toilet. Show me in a locker.
Tectone was recently served a 10-year protective order to stay.
Bro, you should not be taking... You want to hook people in the intro. You want to hook people in the intro. You want to hook people in the intro. See, okay, once again, I'm going to say this. Nick Andros is good at making videos, but he thinks because it's time to make a video, everything he's been thinking about for the last couple months needs to be in this video. So his criticism of this guy all needs to be under like the Nux video or whatever. Turn it into a series, because this video is going to blow up. I said have other videos. Like, make the video shorter, have your other videos on standby, so like next week he posts the follow-up, and then the week after that, and he's gonna ride all the attention from this one.
At least 200 yards away from his ex-girlfriend Pinkachu for sexually assaulting and stalking her. He's also been forced to give up all of his guns. Before this all came out, he also had some really deep thoughts.
The more you are aware of what's going on in the world, the more that you are aware of these people that are lying, the more that these people will try to discredit the people telling the truth. I mean, I want you to look at Nuxtaku, for an example.
Now, I found out about Nuxtaku.
This is the defender of the West, ladies and gentlemen. The defender of the West. Albeit, okay, I guess Tectone called into Chud. These guys they're all runners, by the way. Like, they never like to call into critical shit. Tectone called into Chud, and it was a good choice, because whether Chud denies it or not, this guy becomes like this like meek, like shy, like fucking like, I just see him when he's around someone bigger than himself, and it's just like all the fire like disappears. I don't know, maybe I haven't like watched enough, but I just feel like he does not go like nearly as hard if he's talking to somebody with a bigger sub count as him. It was like super soft. I think he knows that. I think he just noted that criticism. Everybody, whether you deny it or not, everybody's kind of a little bit like, wow, a big sub count or whatever. But I guess Tectone ultimately did pick the right person to call into. But then Nux, I've only ever seen him call into a Cheeto, who's like a big fan of Cheeto's trying to join like the right-wing grift, except he doesn't realize that when you're being racist with the new right-wing grift online, you have to try to like kind of disguise it. Like you have to just like say like it's about the culture. I'm sick of ghetto culture or something. This fucking idiot actually made a video called Black Fatigue and didn't realize like you're like he actually thought there was still plausible deniability after making a video called Black Fatigue of it's about the culture. You don't need to say it's about the culture anymore. You literally made a video talking about negative sentiment towards an entire race.
Around the time of his Shadman controversy, and because of some drama between Mutaha and someone called Shadlogic. It's a complicated story.
Nuxtaku got his entire career temporarily destroyed, which he bounced back from because he's one of the GOATs. God bless you, Nux.
Yeah.
God is not with this guy, man.
It's the post-Nux Clarity incident.
So this video that was uploaded with, again, Nuxtaku as Jeffrey Epstein and me as, I assume, Ghislaine Maxwell over here.
Since then, Nuxtaku has re-established himself as one of many populistic right-wing commentators, such as Tectone himself, who tried to orbit Asmongold.
Is really like...
Did you guys know Nuxtaku is Jewish? Did you know he's Jewish? He's Jewish. Because he's like Jewish and he's like Jewish and stuff. Did you know that? Did you know that?
I mean, this part right here, right?
He like never talks about it.
And then there's this. And then there's a little bit of that too.
I was apparently recently hired as Asmongold's thumbnail editor.
Why wasn't Asmongold nominated at the Streamer Awards? And it's me holding up a fucking thing of I'm white, you're black, and I'm pointing a gun at somebody? Damn, bro, like that's what it was. This is a top tier thumbnail? I think it is. Honestly, like we should have just used this one. Oh my god. Hired this guy? Yeah. Yeah, this is great. Thumbnail editor?
He did. He didn't recognize the name. Bad luck. Bad luck, Asmon. Dude, in a just world, like people with Asmon wouldn't be able to do like the veiled like I'm a conservative. I just want like the reasonable conservative LARP. Like when we literally have him like he literally was using like genocide. Even if hypothetically you're not like a super into like the Israel-Palestine shit, he was literally justifying the death toll in Palestine by talking about their culture being inferior. Like he was literally talking about like some fucking Hitler shit.
This is great. Yeah, why not?
My response was not the most charismatic one. He never actually intended to hire me. That was merely a stunt he did for his livestream. Given his recent defending of Tectone, it was probably for the best. As a Forbes magazine featured commentator, I can't be associating with people like this. However,
But whenever you get like included in some like public, I need to put like as seen in the Times of Malta on in my like bio, because like you can kind of hear my voice in a video of a fire in Malta. Or I was on, what is it? I was also, when I was a kid, one of my tweets got put on like Loudwire or something.
This video isn't about Asmongold or Tectone. It's about the rumors circulating Nuxtaku.
The amount of misinformation put out on this guy is insane. I mean, dude, I get told that Nux is a pedophile daily. And I'm like, brother, what the fuck are you talking about? Nux has always been good to me, and I'm a guy who's always gonna have the back.
Wait, I'm sorry, what is it?
That Nux is a pedophile daily. And I'm like, brother, what the fuck are you talking about? Nux has always been good to me.
The guy's nice to me, an adult. How could he be a pedophile? And like, even if he was, he's nice to me, and like, I'm the main character, and I'm all that matters. So he can't be a bad person, because in all of his scenes, he's being a nice person. Scenes being when I'm there.
And I'm a guy who's always gonna have the back of my friends. However, I will also be the first guy to hold my friends accountable.
We'll see about that. But why would anyone say that Nuxtaku after children? I have my own criticisms of the guy, but he's a very religious man.
We gotta stand up and fight for God. We were living in a world of like
I also the thing about like, listen, I can speak on this, but the thing about like the right wing like ultra Zionists like ultra Zionist Jews or whatever is like they're now trying to like dive into like the Christian LARP a little bit, like with the Nux is talking all about God and the Bible or the Bible and shit. But when he says the Bible, he only means the Old Testament. It's like your religions are completely different. You can't like unify it together when like, yes, Judaism as a religion doesn't believe in and is hostile to like the main premises for the Christian religion, meaning like the Old Testament, the covenant was passed on, the Old Testament was fulfilled, there was a messianic return in the form of Jesus, etc. That's the whole basis of they're like our unified Judeo-Christian Western culture. It's like it is two opposing ideologies, like from a religious perspective. Absolutely. So there's like LARP that they do is like Islam is attacking Judeo-Christian values. It's like your religion is also antithetical to theirs.
Unbelievable hedonism that just kept ramping.
He calls it the Bible, and I know some Jews that do that. That's not necessarily like an attempt to be misleading, albeit in his case, it very well might be.
Up higher and higher and higher, you know, higher and higher, more and more hedonism and secularism, and it completely took over. And this is an unbelievable conversation that's being had right now.
What is the like trad Jew LARP? Because there's like the trad Cath LARP, like the like women engaging in like promiscuous sex and like down with OnlyFans and shit. What is like the trad Jew LARP? The Goyim are just like not following the Noahide laws strong enough. Like what? I don't.
He speaks out against hedonism and degeneracy.
It's not surprising that people that are based purely on hedonism, that they think you could fuck everything that moves. They think that sex should be publicized and taught to little babies and children, teaching them to
Who believes in this?
change their genders and shit like that.
He's against sex being taught to young children and little babies. He hasn't always been open about his religious beliefs, but he has a long history of criticizing the Twitch platform for making adult content available to minors.
Twitch can't decide whether they want to be a 13 plus.
Rita, I'm trying not to give I'm trying my hardest not to say it. I'll say it now. Yes, this is the last time I am saying it. There's obviously some fucking targeted attempt to like bot every single fucking stream at this point, and I shouldn't be talking about it, but I am. But going forward, I'm literally not going. I'm just gonna put out those polls, vote in them, so I can get an accurate like gauge of my viewer count. YouTube removes it ultimately from the final view count of the VOD. But I want to. I don't want to talk about it because that's just giving it attention. I'm trying to get it resolved. But I'm pretty sure, Rita, the person you're talking about is the person doing it, so I'm not gonna mention him in any capacity at all.
Gaming website or an 18 plus porn website. Twitch wants to rake in all that advertiser bucks for being a 13 plus gaming website.
But if you haven't yet, vote so I can figure out how many fucking people are watching this shit. It's promising that we have 80 votes because typically you have like at least a quarter that doesn't vote, and before this start we were at like 100. So I
to be on every single freaking smart television in America because that's how they get so many of their little young impressionable viewers. They are trying to be a 13 plus gaming website as well as a porn site at the same exact fucking time. Just recently, you had the implied nudity meta on Twitch where they allowed artistic nudity, which is, again, still mind-blowing to me that they even thought this was a good idea on a 13 plus gaming website, by the way.
Making adult content available to children is totally inappropriate. And Nuxtaku
True! I agree.
who has known this for a while.
Hentai ain't for kids under 18, let alone under 13.
Some insist that it is solely the parent's responsibility.
That's why I think the new Discord rules are based, if it's what I think it is, where you just have to show your face for verification. They scan your face. If there's like explicit contractual agreement, I don't think this is what they're doing. It's a tech company. But if there was like explicit agreement that facial verification of age like isn't saved or like stored anywhere, etc., then I think it's actually fine. I'm okay giving up my privacy to like stop kids on this shit because it is getting out of hand. Like these like nihilistic death cults and shit that you've seen responsible for a lot. Like for example, the example I was talking about earlier, a bunch of like fucking 15-year-olds in that other server sending CSAM and shit to each other. You have kids who who are like in abusive households or neglectful households, or whose parents aren't home, that are getting like into these like fucking insane communities online. And it's all, every time you hear about it, it is Discord. It is always Discord. Yeah, something like needs to happen.
To stop their children from seeing that stuff. End of story. I think that's a very dumb perspective, so I'm going to back up Nuxtaku on this one. Parents do have the primary responsibility.
We should adopt European data protection laws and regulations for tech companies and privacy, and then at the same time ramp up age verification. Big Brother needs to watch.
To protect their children. But that responsibility isn't on them alone. If you're publishing content on a 13+ website, the creators, the parents, and the platform have a shared responsibility to protect the children using that site from being exposed to harmful content.
Start arresting the parents. No, I'm kidding. I don't agree with that. I think like if your kid is regularly like in these like online communities like being exposed, it's going to be a problem because CPS is fucking useless and already like stretched thin. There needs to be a way to hold parents accountable. There needs to be a way to hold parents accountable because they don't want to fucking parent. They don't want to parent. The ultimate reality is, yes, we need to crack down on the people making this content available to kids. We need to crack down, obviously, on the predators. We need to crack down on the servers. But it's just a band-aid to like a bigger symptom, and that symptom is this fucking absent-minded parenting from a bunch of fucking morons who like will put little Timmy in front of the iPad and he'll just like watch gore videos on Discord and shit, and they won't do anything about it. There should be like there's consequences if you let your kid wander and if you let your young kid wander and talk to strangers and be out of the house or whatever. I've seen people get arrested over that shit. I don't know why the internet is being like treated differently. If anything, I guarantee that like more child predation is occurring online, obviously, than like from talking to strangers.
Case of Twitch, the creators are knowingly streaming inappropriate content and
Doesn't so Skibbity social media should ban for anyone under 16. I'm surprised Aiden never got groomed. I will say, in like hindsight, because I was surprised too. I did like some hindsight analyses of my own past, and I never was groomed, but there are like several adults in hindsight that like I legitimately think might have tried. Nothing happened, obviously, but like you do like. I'm not gonna say I was like a smart kid or whatever. I'll say it. I was a pretty smart kid. I was pretty smart for my fucking age. Not that like it's the kids' fault because their kids are supposed to be dumb. I just like knew about red flags that early on, so I don't know.
Twitch isn't cracking down on it. As Nuxtaku clearly understands, it is supposed to be a 13+ platform. If you're allowing
You wish you were younger again? I don't.
or uploading adult content onto that platform, you're clearly doing something wrong and should be held responsible if kids come across that content. Parents can easily block actual adult websites, and some even teach you how to do it. But when adult content is hidden on a 13+ website, the parents might not even suspect it to be there. Take for example, Mutaha's aunt.
Here's the fucking wildest thing about her, okay? So she has every fucking parental filter. If you walk into her house,
There should be legislation, by the way, giving parents like more controls over personalizing their kids' like usage of major social media like YouTube and shit. Because the other thing too is, if I ever have kids, I don't want them watching short form content. I don't. I want them to get comfortable with sitting through long shit because that's what they're gonna have to do in school all day. There is no option that I know of on YouTube to disable short form content. I've wanted it for myself. Because I've gotten like caught in the loop of like watching shorts. And it's just like complete brain rot.
it's like fucking North Korea. However, she hasn't done anything for YouTube. She hasn't looked at parental controls. So in her mind, she's like, I'm a good parent. I'm making sure they don't watch porn. And then their kids are watching like Andrew Tate and shit. So she's blocking.
No, dude, when I was growing up, they would fucking re-upload History Channel documentaries onto YouTube, and there was this one series where it just talked about like evil people and conquerors in like history. That was like the worst shit I saw when I was a kid. I saw a documentary on like Caligula, well, obviously, if you know about Caligula, you know about Caligula.
this one possibly dangerous avenue of psych infiltrating shit, but she hasn't locked the other one out.
Instead of telling his aunt to set up parental controls on YouTube, Mutahar decided to shit-talk her parenting on his massive podcast. Very normal behavior. So when adult content is on an adult website, it's easily blocked. When it's on Twitch or YouTube, it can go unnoticed and in the worst cases, subvert those parental controls. That's why it's important for creators on these platforms to keep in mind that their content is going to be available to and be seen by children.
That's true. That's true. That is true. I don't like the argument though. Like, my streams are obviously for adults. I mark them as not for kids. If I was to then take it a step further and actually full on age restrict every stream, that would affect my viewership, etc. Like, if you're making a reasonable effort, then yeah, at some point the burden is on the platform and it is on the parents. But once again, that reasonable effort has to come into play. Realistically, there's absolutely nothing I can do to stop a kid from watching one of my streams if parents aren't. I doubt any fucking. I know there were like some 17-year-olds and shit that watched, man, lied about their age to try to get into my server and stuff. But in general, like, I feel like at some point, yeah, like the expectation, like you shouldn't be expected to like sacrifice viewership and stuff for the sake of like parenting other people's kids. Like, I'd say mark it, explicitly state that it's not for kids, make all your communities 18 plus, and set it to not for kids. And I think your job is done.
As an example, you shouldn't have a hentai reviewer on your podcast and then shout them out by pitching their content as a method to circumvent parental controls.
Ladies and gentlemen, please check out our friend Hartweigen, friend of the show, absolutely amazing creator. If you're into hentai and you want to, and you got parental filters all over your web browser, this is a channel for you because YouTube is not blocked by parental filters. So wink, wink on that one.
Before you run off.
What? What? Dude, what? I get it. It's a joke. Like, when he said the first sentence, if he just briefly mentioned, like, parental controls, and I'm like, okay. Obviously, Nick Andros went into Filmot to find the most suspicious joke ever. I'm sure Mutahar didn't actually mean it. But as, like, the elaboration is getting it, it's like, no, you're actually, like, serious. Like, you're, like, doing it under, like, a half-humor kind of guise. But, like, no, like, that was way more detailed than it needed to be for, like, a quick joke.
Calling Mutahar some early porn introduction mogul. This is just a single, irresponsible, one-off comment from years ago. It was a dumb thing to say, but there is no broad pattern of Mutahar engaging in this behavior. To return to Nux's critique of Twitch, another problem with adult content being on a 13+ website is its potential to—
Dude, what is the other thing, too? My other gripe with Nick Andros is, like, the B-roll he decides to use sometimes. Like, when he just, like, okay, he's not, you know what, I'm not gonna nitpick. Credit where credit's due. He's not doing the thing where whenever he's not showing something, it's just his name on screen. Credit to him.
Twitch, another problem with adult content being on a 13+ website is its potential to funnel children to adult websites and services.
Every single freaking ASMR streamer on Twitch is linking their OnlyFans because ultimately Twitch is a massive funnel to that stuff, and Twitch knows that. Most of Twitch these days is a literal funnel to OnlyFans. Remember, this is a 13+.
It is the listen. I keep saying the biggest red flag is if somebody, like, in their content just, like, denigrates women that do like OnlyFans and shit. Not to say I don't like the idea of women doing OnlyFans. I've had multiple debates, I think, with Queeman over this. I don't like the idea of porn at all, right? I think, like, the people that are motivated to do it, the ginormous financial incentive causes them to do something that can't really be reversed. And there are, you know, various instances of, or at the very least, if you're going to allow it, I'd be in favor of giving the, I guess they would be in complete ownership of it, would they? Like, if you quit OnlyFans and people reposted stuff from your old OnlyFans, you'd be allowed to DMCA it, right? Like, I want people, like, the option to, like, let's say you just turned 18, there's a huge financial incentive now, and you go and, like, post nudity online for that financial incentive to get your bills paid or whatever. If there's a time in your life where you reach a moment of clarity and, like, don't want to like have this online. Like I feel like that option for the best outcomes should be available to you. But DMCA is the only US law, no one else has to care. Well, doesn't the GDRP, like, there's like right to be forgotten, and like if it's behind a paywall, like wouldn't you, like, I don't know the exact laws, but I think like for porn specific, like regardless, porn is an industry. It's an industry with various parties involved, and the people doing it, in my opinion, are some of the least guilty. The people actually filming it or participating in it. You have many times lustful men who are not practicing the people involved aren't practicing self-discipline either, if it's for temporary financial incentive, but having a money can make people do things they'd never imagined that they do. But you have like lustful men who either don't care, which is fine, or complain about porn but can't practice self-discipline or police themselves, which is like, okay, cry me a fucking river. And then you have like exploitative industries that attempt to take advantage of people that are like swayed by these ginormous financial incentives. Regardless, there is this like, and this is especially appealing to young men, there's this push amongst these right-wing populist YouTubers to only talk about the women. To only talk about the women that do OnlyFans, not the people that fund the industry by gooning to this shit, because you're and this is so appealing to young men because it gives them an out. It gives them an out. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. They're tempting me. These whores are tempting me, right? When it's like, no, there are tons of malicious actors in this world, people who do things you don't want, etc. You are in control of yourself, your own actions, and your own destiny. Right? Instead of promoting that, it's blame the externalizing force, blame the externalized factors.
This gaming website where 90% of just chatting streams are boobs, funneling people to the OnlyFans of the streamers.
Yeah, and it's the dumbest analysis ever. If you just say OnlyFans whore bad, OnlyFans whore bad, OnlyFans whore bad, it resonates with your fucking 85 IQ, like, late high school audience.
It's not like there's any discoverability on OnlyFans. And the recommended page and every thumbnail on the just chatting category would be banned on YouTube. Bro, do you see what's going on your website, bro? This shit would be banned on YouTube immediately.
I'm not too sure about that last bit, but if a creator's content is directing children to adult websites, making it more available and accessible to them, they are more likely to not only seek out that content.
But Queeman you can't blame the guy that made the drug. We're talking to Queeman because he doesn't want to leave his uncle without his money, without his source of revenue. So Queeman feels personally vested to defend this.
Content, but also far more extreme content than they otherwise would have. Nuxtaku, on the other hand.
And by the way, if you jerk it to porn, there's nothing wrong with you. That's completely fine. The people I'm specifically talking to are the people that think it's bad, but then go and do it anyway. Like the people that denigrate, like the women that do this, but then jerk to it anyway. Like, you are ultimately in control.
Han has been criticizing Twitch for allowing this content since the creation of the hot tubs category.
The new Twitch meta, ladies and gentlemen. She doesn't need to see it for her browser history. If you look up PONR, her stream is PONR. Bruh.
It's just so noisy.
Bruh. It's unbelievable that this content is allowed.
In February 2021, he released a whole song about it.
I made a music video parody of Billie Eilish's Bad Guy. When the Twitch hot tub meta was going on, all the top streamers were female streamers in hot tubs wearing...
But it's not like heroin, is it? It's not physically addictive in their alternate option. I guess maybe... I realized that there are people that literally can't picture things. I've said this before. Like, when I think of an apple, I see an apple. When I think of a person, I see a person. When I can rotate the image in my head, etc. And it's like, I realize that there are people that just can't do that, I guess. So maybe there aren't any other options for you. I don't know.
Nothing. And I made a music video parody. Twitch is hentai.
Twitch is hentai. Twitch thoughts giving teens bloody no sleep.
Damn, a great message and a banger tune. There is just one big problem I have with Nux's critique here. He left out the most dangerous element of this kind of content. Any child can see bikini ladies on the beach or at the pool, but they're not going to see bikini ladies doing erotic dances while surrounded by adult strangers who are touching themselves while chatting with them. They are also not going to receive private messages or invitations to join a private group chat where a much older person showers them with attention and makes them feel special. Creators don't just put out content, they have a community, whether it's in their comments or on other platforms.
I used to have a community. I remember what that was like. Good times.
If the creator's content is explicit in nature, then so will their community. If children are allowed into these spaces, the creator is facilitating a space where adults and minors are talking about explicit matters with each other. Even if there are no predators in those spaces, if minors are allowed access, they are still being normalized to the idea that it's okay for them to be talking about these things with random adults.
Yes, and it makes this is the same argument in regards to the problem with the distribution of lolicon, right? You're normalizing this to minors. You're normalizing this to minors, which could make them potentially more easily susceptible to grooming. You're normalizing the idea of the adult sexualization of children. And to allow them around these communities, you're normalizing the idea of having adults openly talk about sexual subjects around kids without their parents around, which not only is wrong in and of itself, but it's wrong because once again, if there was a predator there or in another community, you've just given that predator a kid that's going to be much easier to groom because there's going to be no red flags to an adult talking to them about sexual subjects,
making them much more vulnerable. Nuxtaku has actually made videos in the past.
What's your Popeye sauce? I've only had Popeyes like 2 or 3 times.
Catfishing predators on Discord, but his activism doesn't end there. In 2021, he tried to trick Shadman, the infamous lolicon artist, into a confrontation to grill them for drawing Lolly Beast the comics. Wanna collab? Lamau, no, but your heart's in the right place. Wait.
Dude, wanting a collab with Shadman was like, nah, dude, your shit's too much for me, man.
Why would Shadman say that? Anyway, these statements and instances where Nuxtaku actually mocked messages he received from Shadman have been misconstrued by bad faith actors to claim that Nuxtaku had some connection with Shadman or a desire to work with him. I mean, look at the timeline. We're supposed to believe that 3 days after catfishing predators, Nuxtaku was trying to get on Shadman's good side. It is such easily debunkable nonsense. This whole controversy was just an offshoot of the early Mr. Beast drama, when Ava Chris Tyson's fandom of Shadman was exposed. Nuxtaku was among the people calling her out on it, but also for running a Discord.
See, like, people like this, it is all surface level analysis. Trans person involved, I don't like, even though this thing, the ultimate core problem, is going to be applicable to myself. Same thing with the porn stuff. There's no actual analysis of their issues with pornography. It's just OnlyFans for
server where NSFW content
they pick a target first and a point after
was available to minors. Despite his consistent, long-term opposition to children being exposed to adult content and criticism of multiple creators who have blurred the line between adults and children, Nuxtaku continues to be smeared as some kind of because of his old videos.
My videos were showing people weird shit that came out of Japan to get funny reactions. And
pedophile. Case closed. I'm sorry. My Japanese friend's gonna kill me, but how bad is it to say that, like, if you are a white guy that is immersed in anything to do with Japanese media, I immediately just like run. I think you're a pedophile. I just think you're a pedophile. I don't watch anime and shit, so maybe I'm gonna get a lot of shit for this, but I just like at this point it's so bad when I hear the word Japan, I think white pedophile.
I to this day do not think that they were harmful videos. I don't.
It really isn't necessary, but let's take a look at one of those examples.
Oh no, he did it. Dude, Nick Andros, I was just giving you credit for not using this as in your B-roll. What you could do here, for example, is when you're showing the examples, you could, like, I don't know, show like a list of like a blurred and then unblur it or obscure it and then unobscure it. This doesn't look good.
We go to May of 2021.
Okay, that could look good if you were to do that. Imagine if you did that on like a light gray or no, a dark gray background, maybe some film grain.
A couple months after releasing the song about Twitch, and a few months before the Shadman collab request, he released this video. It's about Nuxtaku reviewing the old comics made by the author of the Nagatoro manga. It's a romantic comedy about the titular Nagatoro, a high school junior. I know a little.
It's like if I see you into something like this, I don't need to research what's the age of each. I think you're a pedophile. You're a pedophile. I'm sorry.
Trick for looking up the old thumbnails of videos on the internet.
Sorry, Liam.
Archive. And the thumbnail of this video used to look like this. Nagatoro taking off her panties. This isn't the second version. This is the third version. Here is the second version. Nagatoro completely naked. And there's some kind of a chimpanzee behind her.
But she's sitting here in the forest, and all of a sudden, Monkey comes.
Yeah. Nope. The argument here is you don't get bogged down in this when you're arguing against a lolicon, okay? And by the way, it's absolutely pointless because they all use like fucking bad faith talking points and shit. I mean, you know, I saw a clip from Diorio where, and you're not gonna like no, the clip was bad because somehow this was about Queeman and Chud. I don't know how it's about them, but he's talking about like the old debate bro kind of like person that he was, evidently. I don't know if he mentions that, where like you defend hypothetical positions just for the sake of the argument, which I had like a stream where we were doing that. I wasn't defending Lolly. We were talking about its mere legality. And the problem with me doing that is that I fucking hate Lolly and despise people that jerk off to it. So the only purpose that me serving, or the only purpose that stream would serve, is to make me look like somebody who accepts it or welcomes it in my community. So sometimes just debating for the hell of it on these like controversial positions you don't actually believe in like this ultra like debate bro kind of style or whatever, you don't win, even if you win rhetorically, because you just fucking look horrible. That clip was correct, but for some reason he makes it about Queeman and Chud somehow. I don't think Queeman does this, and I don't think Chud does this. I think that Chud is like outright disgusted by anything to do. Dude, Chud calls everything a debate bro thing. Like if you ask, like, you give me an example. Oh, he's doing the debate bro thing. We asked for an example.
Out and starts
That's a lot of monkey hands. Jesus Christ.
God damn it. And then they proceed to... Okay, anyway. She ends up having an epiphany that in order to survive, she must drink fluids. So she proceeds to drink
yeah.
Oh, yeah, no. That's why she's like, go as much as you want, because
you can dish out there. Okay.
Yeah, she needs to drink it to survive. This is survival instincts. Boom. They were, in fact, not in the forest. She was, in fact, with the monkeys in a zoo in front of a whole bunch of people. Out of people? No. An audience? Is this a zoo? They saw all of it? The mating act? This is so cursed. This is the worst image in...
So with the character that Nick Andros was showing, once again, the reason I brought that whole dialogue up, I forgot, was because don't rely on canonical age, okay? Somebody was like, you don't do this either way. Right? If somebody's drawing, like, obviously an adult character, the fact that canonically in the story, they're, like, 17 or whatever, I don't use that as an actual, like, pedophilic argument, because you're emphasizing adult-like features. But the reason we don't use that argument either is because they like to use it to do, like, the 6,000-year-old dragon argument. The canonical age doesn't matter. It's the appearance. Do you look at this, and is this obviously a child, or is this an adult? Right? And the thing is, the character that was just shown is very fucking obviously a child. It's even in like school uniform and stuff.
The history of
why would the monkey bring it up? That's so weird.
So she puts the shock collar that she happens to be wearing.
Oh, they put her on a shot? What the?
So Aiden hates Dan. I made the mistake of arguing with Rev Says Desu fans on Twitter. Never got so much shit in my life. Worst mistake of my life. And there were people replying like, this is actually like super like bigoted against like flat-chested like women like me who just naturally look like lollies or whatever. And I looked at her profile picture and it's like her flexing in the mirror, and it's like she's like the most hag-looking fucking like wretched bitch you've ever seen. It's like, so all I did was I took the profile picture and I quoted it, "People like me," and I got like 300 or like 400 likes on that shit.
Fuck.
To force her to do the friendship show.
So she's a slave.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up. And then she has to dance like monkey.
Nuxtaku is displaying a comic to his audience about a little girl being raped by a pack of monkeys in a zoo exhibit before a crowd of children. The censorship is at times very lacking. There's lots of fluids and even monkey cocks visible on screen. Not only did Nuxtaku show that, he's displaying multiple adult websites and shows the names of all the comics, making it easy for the audience members to look them up for themselves.
Lolicon. Oh, it hurts so bad.
What? It's got 69.
There's 69,000 Lolicon.
Dude, is Queeman even gonna watch this video and pretend like he wasn't a fan?
Manga.
69,000. No big deal, right?
This is far worse than anything I've seen on Twitch. How is this sponsored by Raycon? Wasn't Nuxtaku supposed to confront Shadman for this stuff? I thought he was against hedonism and degenerate.
I've actually never seen anyone use Raycon. How many of these like sponsored products that you always fucking hear about do you like ever actually see people using?
The video was also not age restricted, meaning that he made it visible to his own crowd of children. And the comment section had many children on it. Some of them were asking for Nuxtaku to reduce the censorship, and
They are trash. That'd be like a good video idea. Like I bought like comment, obviously it would have a different title, but like a video where you buy and try out like all the fucking sponsored products that we see all over videos. Cause they're I pulled this up. I was watching like Biographics and he's promoting a health drink and he's like, it's very healthy for you and it tastes good too. And it's like this green sludge and he drinks it and you could see in his face, he's like resisting the urge to gag.
others were asking for the source of these adult comics. When I say children, I'm not just making a blind guess. Many
Bro, people have already done this very sure, okay. Two people can have the same idea.
of these children had videos of themselves on their channel. So while Nuxtaku was railing against Twitch for letting children see bikini ladies, he was uploading content like this, with thumbnails like this, to a 13+ website.
Which is, again, still mind-blowing to me that they even thought this was a good idea on a 13+ gaming website, by the way.
And nowadays he presents himself as this fighter for God and this opponent of degeneracy and hedonism. This video isn't publicly available anymore.
I think the criticism here would be that the character that's being sexualized is like obviously a child, which he's seemingly okay with, further proving he's like some sort of pedophile. But also, the question comes down to, if you do put up like very suggestive content on YouTube, are you inherently guilty of like if you mark it, let's say, no, it's not made for kids, but put up, I'm saying in general, I know with him it goes way deeper than that. At what point are you guilty? At what point are you liable? It's just a question, just a thought.
Because I tweeted a link to it around the time of the post-Nux Clarity incident. It used to embed on the tweet, but now it no longer does.
Everyone uses it. Just, why would I doesn't a flume defeat the purpose? Like, there's no nicotine in it. It's like drinking decaf coffee. Like, why? I don't think coffee tastes good, but I drink that shit a lot because it has caffeine in it. Why would you drink decaf?
Because within 30 minutes of me tweeting it, the video was set to private.
Albeit, I might need to actually stop because I think I have, and I should have gone to the doctor about this. It's getting better now, or I thought it was getting better like a week ago. I've had like some sort of bronchitis or something that just like hasn't gone away. So I'm just like coughing shit up every day. It's very bad. But I'd like to think I just got sick in England and it hasn't gone away. It's not the vape.
There was no apology or explanation, only an attempt to hide evidence of one's past, which in itself became evidence of a guilty mind. I have never seen anyone post the kind of content Nuxtaku did on a regular basis and not get banned. Not only hasn't he been banned, until recently, he was hanging out with a massive, well-respected creator.
No, not art!
Been banned until recently. He was hanging out.
Not Gamer from Mars, dude. Dude. Bro. When I was like 11, I literally had a channel, like when I was just getting into this shit, that was literally just like copying his series and it sucked. It was like edited on iMovie and stuff. And then Gamer from Mars, when he had like 100 characters, he like actually subbed to my channel and liked my video and told me to keep it. And it was like the biggest deal to me. And then like as an adult, I met him, like he's just like, he did this guy, like you could be at any size. Like even when I was like gone for like a year and completely fucking irrelevant, I still am completely fucking irrelevant, but like treated me like he treated anyone else.
With massive, well-respected creators, he might be one of the most underlooked and worst cases of such a high-profile creator profiting from exposing children to adult content, directing them to adult websites, and running their communities with a total disregard for child safety. Nowadays he pretends
Art is a very nice guy, to my knowledge.
that none of this ever happened. He downplays it, lies about it, and deletes evidence of it.
So I tried to groom. No, he never talked to me after that. At least not until years and years later. And I said I was that kid, and he remembered. He was okay. Good one. Good one. I do know this. I guess I could leak. Him and Muda had some sort of rift. He absolutely, privately despises Muda hard, and I think Nux. I'm pretty sure he doesn't like Nux either.
Start from the beginning. Nuxtaku started out as an anime YouTuber in 2015. He grew slowly and steadily, but in late 2019, everything changed. Jeffrey Epstein died in prison. Excuse me, 2 weeks after that.
And I also made a video on YouTube that has since been removed, the biggest flexes in hentai. And the degeneracy...
Did everything just... When Epstein died, just... Dude, shit hit the fan, man. Shit hit the fan. $10 from Will. Thank you so much. The Gooner from Mars is awesome. So true. Hashtag, we don't care if he was on the Nuxtaku island.
He began from there.
We're gonna sweep.
In the video, Nuxtaku reviews and recommends 10 hentai animations, 7 of which were
I think we actually have, unironically, a lot of people watching. Because look at the fucking votes. Okay, it's a lot for me, right? This used to be a normal... The amount of people that voted, assuming all of them are still... That's like normal for what it used to be normal for me. But still, if we're getting over 100 views, I'm celebrating, man.
categorized as lolly,
We're in our washed up arc.
meaning they contained underage characters.
And this bad boy, very not chill stepfather, has a very not chill relationship with stepdaughter. Again, most people would think this is weird, but hentai clearly knows better.
He was already showing adult content to a 13+ audience, and giving them advice on how to find adult content.
Another point to hammer home, if I was like Nick Andros, is not merely that this is occurring on a platform that allows children over the age of 13, but also, right, the thing about anime is like a genre. A lot of like the shows are appealing to younger teenagers, etc. You could show videos where he's like covering like normal, non-sexualized like anime and stuff, and then make it clear that he has videos that are like clearly like appealing to a community that openly welcomes children while simultaneously at the same time. Like, for example, right, as we're talking about at what point is it your job, if there could be minors on the platform, at what point are you responsible if they're seeing like adult shit? And I think a good case for that would be like if the channel clearly like would appeal to a child audience, right? I don't know specifically what Nux has covered, but if it's like the case of like you're a Minecraft YouTuber and in between every Minecraft video you're doing like hentai reviews, you could make a case that you're being recklessly irresponsible with your platform and exposing young kids to sexualized content.
Online.
The reason why I bring it up here is because without putting text on the screen is nearly impossible to remember. Therefore, since the plot and it's a good...
Have y'all seen Pyro? He's gonna transition. He's gonna transition. I'm not saying that in like a, I'm not Chud Logic over here, guys, but listen, the one token trans person that is watching can vouch. If you just like look at, like, you know, it's just gonna happen.
They tried to take...
It's just gonna happen. You don't really know when, but it is absolutely gonna happen. Thank you, Brave, for giving me an anime background.
And he's one of the biggest reasons why.
Starts with trying out the new haircut and maybe playfully with the cross-dressing, and it's happening. It's happening.
Plot, deep thematic and philosophical undertones here. I believe.
Is that Kalora Vetla? I missed you, Cal. I don't say this to a chatter. I missed you, man.
Anyone who wanted to.
I didn't realize how value your loyalty was until it was gone, man.
Search this bad boy up without said title because I was a douche for not putting it on screen would just simply look up time stop hentai. Far easier than. Very understandable. A lot of y'all sent me screenshots on Twitter, link to my Twitter in the description, of the top recommended searches on the hub of prawn. And lo and behold, much to my surprise, WTF fanbase, one of the top hits is Time Stop Hentai. And it stayed like that for 3 goddamn days immediately after.
Dude, did he ask, like, make my character still look like the police have just found, like, CP on my hard drive? Because, like,
and it's
like that's what the character still looks like.
Stayed like that for 3 goddamn days immediately.
He's, like, nervously trying to explain it away. Officer, I don't know how those images got on there.
After me uploading my biggest flexes in hentai video. Now that is the biggest flex in hentai.
At the time, these videos earned him a massive amount of attention. The first video got 500,000.
You'll pay for making, well, whenever, okay, first of all, I was going to cover this regardless. I'm not even going to blame you. I like to blame you, but I'm not going to. But like if I was to go through what chatters send, like literally all we would be covering today, we'd actually be covering, chatters aren't even sending anything anymore. It's that dead. Never mind. We got recommended this.
So
from our boy MC Chronic, regular caller, fan of the channel.
What really happened was that so I was living in Beverly Hills in one of my mansions, and one of my mansions is like 15 acres big. It's like a whole plantation.
Chronic, you cannot film from that angle, bro. That angle is just not doing you any. It won't do anyone any favor. It won't do me any favors.
Then all of a sudden I had on a door, and I said, "What's that?" I opened up the door. It was one of the police people filing for the IRS. I said, "What y'all want?" And he said, "Well, Mr. Chronic, you owe the IRS about $15 million." And so I slammed the door in his face. You know what I'm saying? Because like I'm thinking about myself, like, okay.
Is he trying out acting?
This is weird.
Dude, he's like a Renaissance man? He makes music. He's an actor. He's an Aiden caller.
Why are they knocking on my door, right?
Great stuff, Chronic. Great stuff. We'll be watching. Okay.
Million views, and its many sequels were even more successful, with the whole series garnering a total of 5 million views. One of them was even sponsored by an adult game platform. Because these videos,
like, you look at that, this is obviously like meant to be
sponsored by an adult game platform. Because these videos were far more TOS risky than his usual content, Nuxtaku would soon delete them after uploading.
Don't buy anyone that like jumps ship because of like, I always say, like, the people you really want to appeal to are or like to make a video hit. You want to appeal to the pre-existing audience. You want to get the pre-existing audience to turn in your favor. Not always, but that there should at least in major dramas there should be at least one video that's doing that. In this case, no. Don't let anyone jump ship because of this video. It's like if you were watching this, you're a pedophile.
To avoid moderation consequences.
The greatest plots in hentai 2! Yes, this video will be deleted soon after uploading for the sake of my channel's survival, but a promise is a promise. So, yippee, here we go. 50,000 likes and the greatest plots in hentai 3 will be out eventually.
In reality, he didn't actually delete them. He set them to private, and at a later date, he set them to unlisted, meaning that anyone with a link could see them. I actually managed to find these videos quite some time ago. I archived them, and Nuxtaku can tell you the rest. Only one of them remains unlisted. Go check it out. If it has gone private, it confirms that Nuxtaku knows about this video.
But at this point, like, if I were Nick Andrews, I'd really be like hammering in the point that he has more than reasonable suspicion that children are watching. Right? Show some like videos of his that would clearly like appeal to kids.
After the success of this hentai video series, it soon became the core focus of Nux's content for years to come. By December 2019, he reached 1 million subscribers. In 2020, he was collaborating with some of the biggest creators on the platform and filming their reactions to adult animations or comics, often involving characters of a questionable age.
There is an asshole.
When I'm president, we're signing the VTuber law into law. Dude, Salvo made a banger tweet. Nobody online should be anonymous. So based. President Salvo has spoken. Doxing doesn't matter in the Big 26. Nobody should be anonymous anymore. So based. But the VTuber law, I'm signing it into law. There should be, like, in the corner of your screen, whenever you're watching a VTuber, a picture of the person's real face. To prevent deceptive marketing.
Hold door. So it's a woman.
Doxing Aiden agrees with the doxing. Dude, that's gonna be my nickname now. Old Doxing Aiden.
With their ass out, and this one's like an anal key. And Ash Ketchum is well, at least a young Ash Ketchum seems to be approaching it.
Oh no.
And he uses.
The only reason you would want to stay anonymous online is because you are a beta male with a weak jawline who has not been bone mashing. And would probably get gesture gooned the second he showed his face.
Is what's called the fist dash, it seems, to gain entry.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Is this made for you? Yeah, I think it's gone now. So now he's sprayed her with the spray of doom.
Oh.
Dude, the Tokyo trials in 46 didn't go far enough, man. Didn't go far enough. We need, like, a redo.
No. She's quivering.
I still don't know what the fuck gesture gooning means, by the... Dude. Are we enhance image? Can anyone figure out what this is a bottle of? Dude, there is no way this guy filmed this video with a fucking bottle of lotion on his desk. Hey, and look at where his hands are. Dude, we need a hand cam. We need hand cams, mandatory for all videos. Hands up. We're not taking any chances, okay? This guy's flinging his fluids all over the place the second the fucking video's over. Are you that shameless? Are you that far into it? There is literally a bottle of lotion on your fucking desk? Dude. Aiden doesn't know what skincare... I do know what skincare is. I put fucking moisturizer on my skin. It's not on my desk.
Oh my god!
It's in my bathroom for after I shower.
What? I didn't experience that, though.
Given his size as a creator, Moist Critical actually appeared in Nuxtaku's videos surprisingly frequently. He used to be a part of something Nuxtaku called the Hentai Gang, and they would react to various hentai clips together.
Oh. Skin looks dead. Well, mostly my face, because I have to use benzoyl peroxide, because I have adult acne.
Oh god. This is good
somehow. God cursed me.
stuff. We got full color, snuff, guro, torture, amputee. All the wholesome tags.
Sounds good. Let me see that shit.
Nuxtaku also deployed a very aggressive click
$2 from Gooner42. Not even reading it yet. Very excited to hear the professional analysis on this from our expert. They're just looking at Civ 6 maps, shaking my head. True.
based strategy. Showing some bikini ladies wasn't enough. He needed cropped hentai, bestiality, and lolly. Despite having displayed
Yeah, it is like actually hilarious that this guy would ever get online and talk about the women doing OnlyFans. Like, dude, there's more irony than Epstein saying I hate pedo. There's more irony in that.
this content in his videos and thumbnails for years, Nuxtaku has consistently denied being into it, but he also claims he doesn't believe enjoying it makes you a pedophile.
Hey, doofus, that's not an OG. Hey, Moron Morgan, your new fucking name, because you're a fucking stupid moron. It was a joke. It was ironic. I don't actually think everyone online should be doxxed. I am jokingly hyping up Salvo.
There are 3 levels here, okay? There's lollies, which I have absolutely nothing against. I don't think anyone has anything against lollies, okay? Like Chibidoki or Megumin from Konosuba or Gura. Nothing has anything against lollies. It's lolly that's the gray zone.
Nuxtaku.
What?
Anyone has anything against lollies, okay? There's lollies, which I have absolutely nothing against. I don't think anyone has anything against lollies, okay? Like Chibidoki or Megumin from Konosuba or Gura. Nothing has anything against lollies.
No, we're against it. We are against it.
It's lolly that's the gray zone.
Isn't lolly that's why it's okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, the term lolly is in reference to the Nabokov novel, which talks about, I'm pretty sure, some sort of pedophilic relationship, but that novel is inherently sexual. Isn't lolly explicitly referring to sexualized depictions of underage characters? Like, isn't non-sexual lolly like a complete oxymoron?
Nuxtaku would begin to signal anti-lolicon sentiment.
We do care about lolly. This is not Queenminster. We do care about it.
In 2022, causing drama between him and Rev.
Nope, it's Japanese, nothing to do. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's where the term Lolita comes from, because, or that's why it's called lolly, for Lolita, from the Nabokov novel, talking about a pedophilic relationship.
Desu.
They couldn't believe the guy who has used lolly-related content.
Once again, the only reason that horrific book exists is because some like obscure Jewish Russian Nazi that would have gone into the obscurity of history had it not been for the New World Order and Hoi 4, and you could play him, Sergei Tabaritsky as a leader. He shot Nabokov's dad, causing Nabokov to take up writing, where he wrote Lolita, and that's basically Jewish Russian neo-Nazi Sergei Tabaritsky is responsible for Lolicon.
In his thumbnails, videos, and the same guy who has openly befriended lolicons, followed and praised lolicons on Twitter, could be making such a statement under—
Not exactly. Lolly's become a fashion style in Japan that's not sexualized, but lolly and Lolita fashion both refer to the book. Got it.
Glaring hypocrisy.
I don't like Rev, but they are making a sound point.
Have you seen your thumbnail? This thumbnail, lolly likers are pedos. This is in quotes, like it's something I actually said.
It's a pretty reasonable inference of your position based on the content of your tweet.
I did not say this. I didn't even say this a little.
Wait, one sec.
This is in quotes, like it's something I actually said. Thumbnail, this thumbnail, lolly likers are pedos. This is in quotes, like it's something I actually said.
It's a pretty reasonable inference of your position based on the content of your tweet.
They all, like, generally speaking, and we have no, this is actually my first argument with Queenman. Like, yeah, like on a general colloquial basis, if you are specifically attracted to sexualized depictions of underage features, you are generally going to be a pedophile, right? I say generally because sure, you could find me the guy who he's actually not into the sexualized underage features. He's literally into the art, like just the art style. Just like, I guess, cause him to cream himself. I don't fucking know. But then it's like, why wouldn't you be into the same art style when it pertains just to adults?
I did not say this. I didn't even say this a little. Not even a little. And this dude's like, oh, dude, we're going to make this thumbnail. So, dude, when it comes to thumbnails, you can be quiet.
Instead of engaging, Nuxtaku acts incredulous that how could someone possibly be saying this?
Dude, only Nux would, like, actually be worried at the idea that someone is accusing him of thinking people that jerk to lolicon are pedos.
And then he goes on this whole rant. He's like, dude, you should have your legs broken then because you like lollies. See, you have Gura in the thumbnail.
Are you pulling out the... No, I'm not pulling out that argument. I'm saying if you are attracted, generally speaking, if you are attracted to lolicon, you're going to be, in the colloquial term, because once again, Queen likes to think, well, pedophilia is the exclusive attraction to underage kids. So technically, most child molesters in prison probably wouldn't be classified as pedophiles because a lot of them have had sexual experiences with of-age people, whatever, right? But generally speaking, as we use the word pedophile, yes, if you are aroused by sexualized depictions of underage characters in the lolicon format, you're going to be a pedophile.
Like, dude, What is going on? What is going on? So, constantly taking me out of context, constantly making me look like a hypocrite for things that I've never been.
Like, I think a guy that like jerks it to drawings of men, even if he has never actually had an intimate experience with one, is probably going to be homosexual, right? He's just going to be a latent homosexual, somebody that's not outside of the fantasies and the porn he's searching for, not actually actively entertaining that.
A hypocrite about.
Nux's response to
I don't want to misquote him because this happened in Spicy VC. We had this long like it was a debate / conversation about like who is and isn't a pedophile and shit. It was like a long conversation from like a year ago at this point.
was set to private around the time of the post-Nux Clarity incident. Despite his history, in early 2024, Nuxtaku had no problem calling Vosh a pedophile for flashing his lolly horse folder on stream for a couple seconds. Meanwhile, he had his own horse folder on his public...
Yes, but like then again, if you even like we obviously don't always use like the clinical definition when we're colloquially using the term pedo. I think its colloquial usage has like gone a little bit far when you're like referring to like people in their early 20s like having something with a 17-year-old as like pedophiles. Yeah, I think you're now really like misusing that term. Even though we can agree that that's wrong. But like if we're talking about hebephiles, except like it's fine to call those people pedophiles, right? And it's also even if like if you have mostly dated adults of your own age, but like had a slip up where you like molested a prepubescent child, you would be a pedophile, right? Even if it's technically not primary under the clinical definition.
YouTube channel. He also forgot to censor the contents of Vosh's folder in his coverage. Old habits die hard, I guess.
I am the one that gets canceled daily for being a gooner on Twitter, by the way. And I have never saved a porn image.
One of the more shocking images in Vosh's folder depicted a lolicon VTuber that Nux had reacted to.
16 is high school. No! Wait, high schoolers aren't lollies. I agree. Lollies are 1,000-year-old cum vampires. I agree.
It's gonna be about the art style.
Yeah, great intro. Everyone, hey everyone, meet Natsuhito Matsuri, extremely wholesome VTuber. Also, she likes talking about lollies. Nothing weird here at all. Oh god, this rabbit hole goes deep.
She just said she's into 10 to 12-year-olds, and Nux does not push back in any serious manner. He then proceeds to react to her content for 20 more minutes.
That was a great video, damn!
Nux clearly had no problem with lolly content, and he was happy to pander to lolicons for years. To return to Nuxtaku's thumbnails, I've seen comments under some videos mention him changing them, but that early version has not been captured on the Wayback Machine. In the case of this thumbnail, there are low-resolution captures of the early versions, which depict a woman indulging in self-exploration, censored only by this incrementally growing emoji. Whenever these old thumbnails arouse controversy, Nuxtaku goes to quietly censor them. He was clearly maximizing the amount of adult content he could show without getting in trouble with YouTube, and he would use various tricks to dodge demonetizations and age restrictions.
The word Shota is blacklisted on YouTube big time. When I made my video talking about the Shota thing, Shota trending on Twitter, I spelled it with a U.
What I want to see here is like, although I can agree, he is trying to like walk up to the line with YouTube, and he knows that the platform is 13 plus. I feel like that argument does open like a can of worms, right? Where it's like, at what point? Because once again, as I said before, my streams discuss adult subjects. My streams are adult in nature. I mark, no, it's not made for kids. I don't fully age restrict, right? At what point am I responsible for a minor watching? And I think that question is once again going to be, is your content formatted in a manner that you would have reasonable suspicion that minors would be attracted to your community or entering your community and watching your stuff? So I'm sure if you went through his backlog, you could find tons of videos that would be appealing to minors, right? And then you could argue while simultaneously making videos that would be watched by kids, he is also walking up to the line on YouTube in terms of their like nudity and adult to showcase all sorts of fucking degeneracy.
and it gets past the censors. I took out the U, instantly demonetized. Added in the U, turns green.
The point is fine. The point he's making now is fine. I think that would just make it stronger.
Again. Dude, I'm telling you, YouTube is run by idiots. Evil idiots, but idiots nonetheless.
He would use special characters in titles and euphemistically refer to adult content as being cultured or wholesome. If a parent saw a title like, "I showed cultured clips to normie YouTubers" in their child's browser history, it would hardly stand out as a hentai reaction video.
That's a better argument.
Many of these videos originally had far more explicit titles, but
They're disguised. They're disguised.
Nuxtaku has gone back to censor them later. There are also many videos that are no longer available. Nuxtaku wasn't only exposing his audience to adult content, he was directing them to it. Leaving the titles of these adult animations visible on screen was not an oversight or—
Yeah, dude, if he, right before this, I just wish he had... Can you imagine how much harder the point would have gone if he's, like, showing videos where Nux is obviously going to appeal to a child audience and then showed that, like, he's directing people to adult content in this video? Like, the point would go all the more hard,
or
like,
an
much
accident.
harder.
I love how people ask me for the sauce. I have the title in the screen, people.
No reaction. Nux just said YT censoring Shota is evil. I think I just skipped over. To be fair, I haven't slept in 24 hours. Let me just... That's my cope.
Showed cultured clips to Nuxtaku goes to quietly censor them. He was clearly maximizing the amount of adult content he could show without getting in trouble with YouTube, and he would use various tricks to dodge demonetizations and age restrictions.
The word Shota is blacklisted on YouTube big time. When I made my video talking about the Shota thing, Shota trending on Twitter, I spelled it with a U, and it gets past the...
What? How did I miss that? Dude, I was like zoned out. What the fuck? Wait. Dude, I was totally zoned out. What was this video, though? Is it him, like, scrolling and being like, look what Twitter's allowing. This is horrible. I doubt it. I doubt it. Holy fuck.
The censors. I took out the U, instantly demonetized. Added in the U, turns green again. Dude, I'm telling you, YouTube is run by idiots. Evil idiots, but idiots nonetheless.
He would use special characters in titles and euphemistically refer to adult content as being cultured or wholesome. If a parent saw a title like, "I showed cultured clips to normie YouTubers" in their child's browser history, it would hardly stand.
And also, terms like Shota, etc., a kid's not, I would hope, a kid's not going to be familiar, or a parent and a kid aren't going to be familiar with what the fuck that means.
Stand out as a hentai
Meaning it wouldn't, like, immediately raise red flags.
reaction video. Many of these videos originally had
Parents like, oh, they're, especially with, like, the, like, shit that could be anime adjacent, right? The potential for even parents with good intentions who do want to moderate, not realizing, like, because you see your kid, I don't know, watching, what's like an anime that kids can, I don't know, My Hero Academia or some shit? I don't know, I haven't watched that one. But, like, it's the same art style. It's like, oh, it's cartoons. It's cartoons. So it wouldn't raise a red flag immediately.
had far more explicit titles.
$5 from Ivana, Lemon character, and Baby Lemon jumping in the air to do a high five. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Viewership is actually really good today. Type in chat if you're here. Apparently, we have had so far almost 200 real people watching. Now we're at about 150. If you are enjoying the stream so far, make sure to like up. We're in our washed up era, dead channel. So any support helps. Much appreciated.
But Nuxtaku has gone back to censor them later. There are also many videos that are no longer available. Nuxtaku wasn't only exposing his audience to adult content, he was directing them to it. Leaving the titles of these adult animations visible on screen was not an oversight or an accident.
I love how people ask me for the sauce. I have the title in the screen, people. That's why I don't make them full screen, so you can always find the sauce.
The source, or the source, being the origin of the adult content. Whenever he showed porn in his videos or thumbnails, the comments were full of requests for the source. Some would name the artist or name the individual work. Others would even post direct links, most of which have been automatically deleted. Some of them...
But all of these people who know where to find this shit and direct people, they're like, they know because they themselves are into all sorts of degeneracy. This genre specifically creates like conditions where minors and pedophiles or like and sexual degenerates can find like common interests from different angles, right? Where like a minor might be into innocent anime shit and see these videos and think, oh, this is generally like, these are like cute little characters or whatever. And then you have other people that are watching because they're jerking it to this shit. So now you have these paths crossing as a result of the different layers of potential interests.
Still remain, linking to an image tagged with lolly and imminent rape, because Nuxtaku used it in his thumbnail. Nuxtaku would sometimes pin these source posts, encouraging these ecosystems.
Do you know what happens at the end of this video already? No, I just know there's a bombshell somewhere here. I just don't remember what it was.
Of porn sharing in his comments. He's actually acknowledged this phenomenon in his videos.
Half my comment section in the previous episode of the Hentai Gang was all about, where can I find this door one?
Alright, so...
It really isn't hard to find.
By the way, clip like hell, okay? I've been blacklisted by the top clippers. If you have a Twitter account, want to support the channel, as always be clipping. Get a clip, me doing something funny, me giving my take on something, me talking about a drama, caption it breaking at streamer, and then brackets at Exiled Aiden, says blank, does blank, etc. I will retweet, like, and follow.
Okay, Charlie.
Yeah, it's super easy to find if you just type in, like...
Very cool, Charlie.
Comes up almost immediately, because I didn't remember the name during the episode. That's all I typed in and found it in almost instant.
Thanks for the instructions on how to find that hentai comic online. As you can see, talking about, exhibiting, and directing people to adult media was a core part of Nux's content and the community around it. Now, YouTube is again a 13+ website, just like Twitch. So
I think you could go hard, you could ascertain even more guilt by going beyond. YouTube is a 13+ website, because this is going to be a general vague criticism that's not going to be necessarily exceptional, because tons of people put out content that wouldn't be appropriate for kids onto the website, albeit in his case, it's one of the most egregious examples. To get specific and make him exceptionally guilty, which he already has, to be fair, show how his community specifically has created conditions that allow for minors to exist within it.
Nuxtaku
or watch his shit.
Was making this content available to minors, but did it appeal to them? You've seen enough of his presentation to know that his audience was hardly above the age of 18. If you're putting on this kind of PewDiePie voice, you're not looking for an adult audience. Given his previous focus on anime, Nuxtaku's audience would already trend towards being pretty young, but it wasn't young enough. He would imitate the thumbnail style of channels like Game Theory, which is very popular with children, and make lots of other content trying to attract MatPat's attention. He eventually succeeded and collaborated with not just MatPat, but also PewDiePie and Markiplier. Except he didn't. These are just misleading clickbait thumbnails.
Oh, no, not the clickbait! Not the clickbait! Dude, I was like, okay, the Shota videos on YouTube, you know, it's whatever, that happens sometimes, man, but the clickbait? The clickbait!
However, if you were a fan of one of these massive channels with very young audiences, and you were tricked into clicking on one of these videos...
Yes!
Your recommendations would fill up with stuff like this. This combo of factors that would drive this content to a young audience would not be complete without Nuxtaku's favorite rule, that being Rule 34.
And if you're not familiar with the term Rule 34, it's a term and website talking about how if anything exists, there is porn of it.
Nuxtaku being obsessed with it is a meme by itself. He was making videos about Pokemon, anime, and other children's IPs while using Rule 34 of them as clickbait.
Yes, and then you have to go beyond, no, it's not made for kids. If you're making videos of a sexual nature that a child could reasonably be drawn to, that a child could reasonably be drawn to, right? At that point, yeah, you have an obligation to just outright age restrict.
Or as the
or not put
subject
it on YouTube.
Of the entire video. The most popular video on his second channel was a reaction to a viral Animal Crossing adult animation with very minimal censorship. There are small blurs around the
Chibi, put it in my inbox.
Genital areas, but you could still make out what's going on. What implication? And what's funny about it? When this animation came out, it became a viral meme, and a bunch of kids on TikTok were, as Nuxtaku says, doing the things or doing the dance. In other words, publishing media of themselves for anyone in the world to see, in which they are replicating moves from an adult animation they had been exposed to. Very understandably, some people considered this to be a risk to those children's safety.
This is currently the most concerning trend on TikTok.
Is it really the most concerning trend on TikTok? There's literally a trend right now called devious licks, where people break into schools or are in school.
There's this like challenge that I've saw 3 people do. So is this really a big concern? Yes, it's a big concern. It's a big concern when children can see something as innocent and fine to participate in, and pedophiles or people with bad intentions can utilize it for said bad intentions, because you've now created a seemingly innocent thing. That's when it's more so a seemingly innocent thing that parents don't pick up on, that kids are drawn to in mass, that also has that overlap. When the overlap happens between the kids and the pedophiles, they could each get something out of that common thing at the kid's expense. Like, yeah, the risk is insane. I don't know why you would ever let your child upload fucking dancing videos to TikTok, period. But once again, I mean, it's just like we have to accept parental incompetence now, I guess.
And steal stuff like hand sanitizer and fire alarms and toilet seats. They just rip.
As if we could, yeah. Also, it's like a whataboutism. But to be fair to him, he's like, no, I'm just directly addressing his point. He said it's the most. Obviously, the person was being hyperbolic or speaking in terms of generalizations, but that kind of gives him an excuse to do like a quiet minimization. Well, there's actually worse things going on. Whenever someone feels the need to do that, that means they have some vested interest in defending or downplaying the thing that's actually being spoken about.
Them off the toilets. That is a trend on TikTok right now. But no, this.
And in Nux's case, he feels very, very. It's a big issue for him to defend kids doing like full body dances on TikTok.
This is the most disturbing trend on TikTok. All right, dude.
What's worse? Children being at risk of being exploited, or children stealing toilet seats?
More and more TikTokers have started to recreate.
I'm not saying that negates Nick's point. I'm not saying that negates his point at all. I'm saying you get rid of Nux, which you should. The problem is not going to be solved. It comes from within the household, and society needs to actually start making it socially unacceptable, start shaming people for allowing their kids to engage with social media and online like this. It should be treated like child neglect. I've spoken about this in several contexts. Just like we've normalized completely fucking incompetent parenting.
That dance, and it's got people concerned. Basically,
$5 from SupAids22. Can I call in with a fake Indian accent and debate you on a stance I obviously don't believe in to waste your time? It will totally be funny the 37th time. True! So true.
a lot of people are afraid that the dance is going to get really popular and kids are going to start coming on.
The conversation takes up like half the stream's runtime and we lose like 3/4 of the viewership.
The app and doing it and get targeted by predators.
No one's afraid of that. All right, maybe.
And you're not going to condemn the devious licks. Obviously, you should not go in public and fucking steal shit.
I'm not around TikTok
or whatever
enough, and I don't understand the ecosystem, but I don't think that people are afraid of kids being targeted by predators because they're doing a dance. Okay? Kids are targeted by predators on TikTok for freaking breathing crooked. I don't think this dance is gonna push anyone over the edge, but that's just me.
A child that is publicly self-reporting as having been exposed to adult content.
Wait, sorry, I gotta lock in.
Talk enough, and I don't. This is the most disturbing.
Ever played the knockout? Yeah, my grandpa used to scare me about that, as if that was like, wasn't that like a big thing like 2015 or whatever, or 2016? It's like, you gotta look at where you're going. People are playing the knockout game.
And on TikTok. All right, dude.
What's worse? Children being at risk of being exploited.
I don't think I've ever been knocked out.
Or children stealing toilet seats.
More and more TikTokers have started to recreate that dance and it's got people concerned. Basically, a lot of people are afraid that the dance is going to get really popular and kids are going to start coming on the app and doing it and get targeted by predators.
No one's afraid of that. All right, maybe.
They should be. They should. No, he's right. He's right. Parents aren't afraid of that for some fucking reason. For some reason, incompetent parenting is completely fine if you're letting your kid talk to strangers online as opposed to like in the grocery store. But he's right. But he's saying it to actually minimize this thing.
Around TikTok enough, and I don't understand the ecosystem, but I don't think that people are afraid of kids being targeted by predators because they're...
The way he's saying it is like it's not a big issue because nobody's afraid. Like he's doing it to downplay this thing. Which is like he's not some like boomer that just started a channel. He knows how this works. He's probably watched videos of all the various ways, various dangers to children that have existed online. He was there for the Elsa Gate shit. He was there for the... He understands that this is a legitimate concern. And the only reason he's bringing up that people aren't going to care is just so he could downplay it.
Doing a dance, okay? Kids are targeted by predators on TikTok for freaking breathing crooked. I don't think this dance is gonna push anyone over the edge, but that's just me.
A child that is publicly self-reporting as having been exposed to adult content is absolutely more likely to be targeted. It means that their internet access is unrestricted and likely unsupervised. They're an easy target.
So if you happen to see any kids on
Yes, it is advertisement for pedophiles.
your For You page doing this dance, please nicely encourage them to stop.
Nicely encourage them to stop is just sending hate mobs in nicer words.
This guy could be a
I don't know why I'm going to engage with this. He's literally only saying this because he doesn't like the point that's being made. That's why he's saying nobody cares. He's not even saying that this isn't like a valid point. He's just saying nobody's going to care. You're going to potentially send them hate, etc. I have seen cases where in the name of child safety, people are just like fucking bullying the kid, which is obviously not going to be the right approach. But all things considered, you know what? If they need like a fucking hate mob to like stop them from getting groomed, so be it. I'd rather a kid get bullied than molested.
Total grifter in his own right, but nothing
that's gonna say that quote
about what he's saying here should be controversial. It's basic, common sense, internet child safety, but Nuxtaku takes it as some existential threat.
You know what? Yeah, bully kids whenever we fucking see them putting themselves at risk online. Yes. Send hate mobs. Yes.
Which makes sense when you think about what he's doing for 2 seconds.
Make the internet a completely hostile, miserable place to be a kid so that kids don't come on here and get groomed. Every time you see a kid, just like start mass harassment campaigns, bullying them, telling them they're a piece of fucking shit, they're ugly, they should log off.
He's regularly uploading content sexualizing children's...
Be the change we want to see. Bullying for good. Hashtag bullying for good.
Cartoon characters onto a 13+ platform. Characters designed to appeal to children and more likely to be recommended to children. If you look at this video's comments, you see dozens of children explicitly reporting their ages.
Oh my... Yeah, this should have been at the beginning, dude. This should have been at the beginning.
Many of them being under 13. These are not adults pretending to be children as a joke. I've seen what's on their channels. They are uploading videos of themselves onto their channels and then leaving public comments under Nuxtaku's videos for anyone in the world to see. There are thousands of comments like this scattered all over Nuxtaku's backlog, some new, some old, but many of them are from children who are still minors. Nuxtaku obviously doesn't directly control who watches his videos, or what they upload onto their channel.
Dude, 10 years old is fucking insane, bro. I mean, it's not that insane. I don't even remember how old I was when I started watching YouTube. I actually don't even remember. I know I didn't get an iPad until I was like, what, 8? But I had like, someone gave me their old, it wasn't a MacBook. It was like a Mac desktop where it wasn't like a desk. It was like the screen was the computer or whatever. It was like an all-in-one. And I'd watch like the Yogs cast, Minecraft Survival,
to upload this content onto a
Shadow of Israel
13+ platform where it was available to children. If you make content about sex and porn available to children, you're gonna receive comments about sex and porn from children. If you look at the audience retention graph, you can see that barely anyone is watching this video for Nuxtaku's commentary. All of the attention is hyper-focused on the segment.
I love when Aiden says something. It's not like a guilty thing. It's not a guilty, like, there's no blame on a kid. There's no blame on a kid. Nobody's guilty, right? But yeah, I was like, to be fair, YouTube was, when I even first started using it, like the way it was being used, the types of videos that were up there, it was like different. It was different. I mean, I was born the year this shit came. I was born before YouTube existed. Okay, don't mean to brag about how cool and old I am. Dude, that's gonna make you old one day, to say you were alive at a point when YouTube and the iPhone didn't exist. It's gonna be like a holy unk statement.
Where the adult animation is shown. Who do you think is watching it over and over again? Any adult could just go and watch the uncensored animation elsewhere. However, to the children who cannot access adult websites, this is the most easily available and the least censored version of the animation that they can find. Here is a comment from a child saying that they can't access the uncensored video. That is an
Kids are stupid and shouldn't be given. Yeah, that's my whole point. I keep pushing that. Yes. Yeah, ultimately, when I am leader, it needs to become, you need to be watching your kids every waking moment online, or we're going to take your kids from you and send them to the state communist re-education camps where they can engage with good media. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Explicit admission that Nuxtaku was fine with 13-year-olds seeing this stuff.
They get to listen to an audiobook of Das Kapital, okay? No more of these Nuxtakus. They have to listen to the most boring book ever fucking written. Has anyone actually read that? I don't think anyone, even if you're like a Marxist, I don't think anyone's read. It's so fucking boring.
But we can do better. Months before the Monkey Comic video and the Animal Crossing video.
Throwaway just clipped a response from Nox. Hold on, let's check this out. I'm anticipating the bombshell we talked about. This is all bad. But or not your video, the points you've made. But I know it's worse. And I'm just waiting for that worst part when there's no plausible deniability. Let's look at you know what? Actually, I'm gonna wait until I get to that point and then we'll look at the response.
Nuxtaku saw one of his child fans with his own eyes. On October 31st of 2020, he requested his audience to email him the most cursed—
Yes, this was it. This was what he told me about. This was what he told me about. This is what he told me about, and that's when I knew this video is going to be fucking good and needs to come out.
NSFW videos or memes for a chance to win $1,000. No limit on how horrible it is. Despite requesting NSFW content, the announcement does not list a minimum age, so Nuxtaku was giving a financial incentive to minors.
And what you could say is, right, because they're gonna try to apply plausible deniability, right? Somebody could forget to include a minimum age out of just like it's a given. They're not like expecting kids to actually take the. You could say that. You could say that. Now, I know that what I'm remembering is there's some detail here that makes that defense not really work.
To find the worst NSFW content they could. After a day, he'd already received thousands of submissions. He would review these submissions a month later in a video with Oompaville and Iron Mouse.
I've never even pondered the thought that we could have lolly and Guro and bondage all in one thing. That's amazing.
Oh my god.
Among those submissions was a video that one of Nuxtaku's child fans had recorded of themselves.
Oh, what? Dude. It's over for this guy. It's fucking over. It is over. He can't deny it. He knows that he's really dumb, he didn't really, those excuses are out the fucking window. He knows there are children in his audience that are watching. He's allowing them he's actually giving them a positive reward, i.e. attention, for their engagement in his community.
Bro.
I don't even know what that was.
What is the clip? Hold on. What is the clip of it?
God.
Among those submissions was a video.
So I need to reread what it was
to minors to find the worst NSFW content they could. After a day, he'd already received.
I want you guys to send me the most cursed NSFW, funny, terrible videos, memes, whatever, to this new email. Okay. And that's a part of that same submission.
And Guro and bondage all in one thing. That's amazing.
Oh my god.
Among those submissions was a video that one of Nuxtaku's child fans had recorded of.
$2 from Spencer. Thank you so much. This is even. How is this not the worst part? Okay, you're capping. You're just capping.
Themselves.
Oh, what? This is the part that I knew was gonna be the bottom. Sure, it's not gonna get worse than this, is it?
Bro.
I don't even know what that was.
That was some kid just sent you a video of them shitting and then shooting a dog with a Nerf gun.
It would be really funny not to provide the full context.
No, in fact, I didn't think he was actually looking at CP. I didn't think this was CP. What this proves is he knows there are kids in his audience, and he's allowing their participation in his community and giving positive incentive for it, right? So there's no room for plausible deniability in a community where he is doing fucking hentai reviews, talking about bestiality, lolly, bondage, shota, all sorts of fucking degeneracy.
Oh, what? Bro.
If you're scared of getting sued, this ain't the move.
That was some kid just sent you a video of them shitting and then shooting a dog with a Nerf gun.
What? Wait, that's what the video was of? Dude, this is Wait, what? I literally, I'm not even saying it's to be performative. I cannot conceivably see how this gets worse, short of we're having like logs of him telling a minor they're like super mature and like having them like send him lolicon and shit.
The fuck? But I'll do so anyway. It's not CSAM. It's some little boy farting into their phone camera. Then they shoot at their dog with a Nerf gun. There's no nudity, and you can't even see their face. However, they are clearly a child, and based on the size of their hand, a very young one at that. There's also no sign of Nuxtaku getting parental consent to publish this video. So he's published a video of someone's child.
Even if the parents consent, it would be just as wrong. Parental consent is irrelevant. If the parents consent to that shit, it's equally as bad. It's just now the parents are roped into that.
Consent and mixed it in with a bunch of reactions to Lolly Bondage Guru comics.
Oh my god.
This competition was not a one-time thing. It was a whole series, and the total number of emails they received in the end was around 10,000. Whether he intends it or not, by showing this video, Nuxtaku is signaling to the children in
I view this like opening a strip club, encouraging children to come, and then like rewarding them with money or something for showing up and watching. Like
his audience that they are welcome to participate.
But somehow it's even. I actually think in some facets it's even fucking worse than that.
In the rest of the series, Nuxtaku shows lots of adult websites and links to them fully uncensored. Not only that, there are many instances in these videos where Nuxtaku fails to hide the names of the people sending these emails. So he has solicited children to send him porn, and now he's doxing them to his audience. But that's besides the point here. Nuxtaku absolutely knew that children were not only watching, but engaging with his content and his community. Did that cause him to reconsider his content decisions? No. A couple months later, he released a Twitch song, then the Monkey Comic video, and then the Animal Crossing video. Not only did he not change, he began criticizing Twitch for exposing minors to adult content
because he doesn't fucking believe in anything. And this is the most minimal point, but like all of this shows he is a grifter. He doesn't fucking care. The grift is shown not just like in the fact that he keeps referencing the Bible and trying to do a trad-cath LARP while he's religiously Jewish. Trying to, like a trad Jew LARP or whatever, talking about the Bible and sin and morale, like that kind of shit. But also, like, the fact that all of a sudden when it's time to get on the anti-San, anti-Twitch shit, he contradicts every, like, value he's demonstrated through his actions and the content he's decided to put online. Because he doesn't believe in any of it. He doesn't believe in this shit.
By exposing minors to far worse things. So there's a rough outline of the mass child mind poisoning machine that Nuxtaku operated and made a ton of money from. We have already seen some of the community interactions in the comments of his videos, but that's only scratching the surface. Let's go back to 2019.
So, the announcement portion of this video is as follows. My favorite
Ryle Kittenhouse ass background music
of PewDiePie's videos are his Luai videos, where he gets to see how his community memes around his own content. I personally love that style video. How the community itself can come together, because it's not just...
Yeah, dude, we should do something like this, except when I go to, like, review it, it's just, like, one person spamming, like, the protocols of, like, the Elders of Zion or something.
The YouTuber or the YouTuber's content that's enjoyable, but it's the idea of this little community forming. So, I am creating a Nuxtaku subreddit, which will not be called Nuxtaku because someone already made r/.
We made a subreddit, and I don't know how to mod a Reddit, and I didn't get mods, and I just abandoned it, and last time I checked, people were spamming the happy merchant and gay porn, and then the Reddit got banned. And I don't even know if I'm allowed to make another.
In another effort to imitate PewDiePie, in 2019, Nuxtaku founded his own subreddit, r/Nuxtaku submissions. Nowadays, it's a hentai dumping ground, but back then, it was full of memes about anime and children's cartoons.
Hey, stop touching weird places. Don't worry about it. It's flat anyway. Destruction 100.
Ho ho ho! Huge roast there. That's like the ultimate hentai logic as well.
But this is Nuxtaku we're talking about, so there were also posts about hentai. For several years, the Reddit had no moderation other than Nuxtaku, and on one occasion in 2020, the Reddit was spammed full of hentai.
There were thousands, nay, tens of thousands of posts of Sakura hentai.
The Reddit was also not marked as 18+, and there was no minimum age listed in the rules.
Yikes. Because once again, before, with like shit like, oh, he's doing this on a 13+ platform, etc. All these things are very real and legitimate points, but all of these things give some room for plausible deniability. But as each point gets hit, in aggregation, it begins to actually look like it's not just like him being a dumbass. Obviously, this is clear to us. I'm saying from the perspective of the general public, but that this is like intentional recklessness, right?
Forgive me, Lord, but I did it. Please forgive me. Stop sending Gentai. Why? I already lost No Nut November. Half of my class saw Aqua's butthole on my screen. To be fair, mad respect for sending Aqua's butthole. And your class should be thankful.
The OP of this post was 12 years old.
What are we doing, man? What the fuck are we doing, bro?
To be fair, mad respect for sending Aqua's butthole. And your class should be thankful.
They are literally talking about a class in that post. There is no reason not to assume they might be a minor. And had Nuxtaku checked their profile when the screenshot was taken, he would have seen this comment. This child was not a one-time poster. Between October 2019 and August 2020,
somebody, your fucking kid is out there in this freaks community. Please get your kid. Well, that was 6 years ago, so they're 18 now.
they made 160
The kid's probably like in prison.
posts to the Reddit. Many of them appear in Nuxtaku's videos, sometimes back to back. So Nuxtaku was profiting from their presence on the Reddit, and the attention he gave to their posts would encourage them to continue engaging with his community. Some of their posts on the Reddit mention depression, some include hentai, and sometimes they would be sharing and requesting the source. In one of their earliest posts, they mention having gotten into weird kinky shit. In the comments of that post, they shared a story about having been molested. Quick reminder, Nuxtaku made money from allowing this person to be present in his community. They had multiple very highly upvoted posts.
Also, once again, the probability of a kid getting re-victimized, and an adult, if they've been victimized by, if they've been sexually victimized, increases if they've been previously sexually victimized. So this person is a minor. They're advertising themselves on this Reddit as like being okay with sexual discussions, being previously sexually abused, etc. They're literally advertising themselves as like basically everything a pedophile or a groomer would want.
That made it into Nux's videos, and he would sometimes show multiple of them back to back
and these
in
are
the same video.
Multiple there's no excuse, like. And then the fact that, like, your community is seeing this and they don't implicitly know, like, hey, this isn't okay to have a fucking kid around here, like, shows what kind of culture you've, like, cultivated.
The only reason I'm comfortable drawing attention to this user is because the account has been abandoned for years. As far as I know, it was never banned. After going through all of their comments and posts, I was unable to find any connections to other social medias, so they should be anonymous. This was also not the only child present in the community. By doing
Of course it was.
couple searches, you can find many others openly stating that.
And by the way, those are the kids that are actually commenting. You're never gonna, the true number is like, and at this point he said like ample warning. Like I don't make content that could have overlapped with it, but I take more, I'm totally irrelevant. I don't make content that like that appeals to kids, etc. And I take more precautions than this guy who has that overlap with like who has evidence that children are in his community that he's interacted with and seen, and has 1 million subs. Like there is no plausible deniability here, bro.
Content creators exploiting the
no amount of like stupidity or recklessness leads to like this many like it's clear there was just like a culture in his community that found it acceptable, and that's probably because he did as well.
Volunteer labor of their audience for content is nothing new, but those spaces have teams of moderators.
Also, when Oompaville, who is obviously his co-host, familiar with Nux, what kind of content he makes, like surely like this is a horrible look for Oompaville, because Oompaville is literally there while Nux is acknowledging and interacting with the presence of minors in his audience.
To keep the content age appropriate. When you have a community that includes minors, you would ideally be proactive and lean on the side of caution. As we can see from this
Remember when Elsagate was the worst
announcement on Nuxtaku's Discord from January 2022. Moderation-wise, the Reddit was totally unattended for years. It doesn't matter whether Nuxtaku knew that dozens of minors were openly posting, sharing, and talking about adult content on his Reddit with adult strangers. As the head of that community, he bears ultimate responsibility for what he allows to happen in it. It was his responsibility to establish rules against this behavior and to enforce them. Even the most basic, common sense rule for an NSFW community was too much to ask. On December 30th of 2021, Nuxtaku would launch his Discord server.
That's right, I opened a public...
Is it gonna get worse? Of course it is. Of course it is. Of course it is. What's it gonna be now? I mean, like, what's it gonna fucking be now, dude?
Discord server. I swore to myself I would never do it because the degeneracy would be too much, and the degeneracy is already too much. So join that Discord server. It's a public server. It's open. 16 or older.
What? Dude. Oh my god. Fuck every point I was, he knows, he's seemingly partially suspicious, at least there are minors in his community. That all goes away! He's setting the parameters! The minors are allowed in this fucking community, it's not just implied anymore. What? What the fuck is, this guy is a pedophile. This guy's a pedophile. Anyone who likes this guy is a pedophile. What the fuck is this, dude? Remember that combo I had with Marcus? Remember that combo with Marcus? This is fucking... In the Marcus case, it was like all implied adult themes with the 16-year-olds on the server or whatever. That was still very bad, obviously. You can watch the VOD on that. But this guy is and Marcus is a shit or nobody. This guy's a 1 million sub YouTuber that has cultivated a community around around porn and shit. NSFW subjects, Shota, lolly, bestiality, etc. Topics that make him look like enough of a degenerate on their own. But he's actually telling you, not only does he permit the presence of minors in his community, who seemingly already were in his community as young as 10, but he's letting you know now that if you're a minor, you're welcome in his fucking server. You're welcome in his server.
Though, please?
I am happy that he has a minimum.
It does not, there is no way it gets worse. There is no way it gets worse. Now you're exaggerating. It cannot. It cannot. Dude, it can't get worse. It can't get worse. It can't get worse.
Age rule this time, but setting it to 16 is a massive self-report that he is aware that a large chunk of his audience is underage. It's also highly questionable, given his decision to launch the server with a set of NSFW channels.
It got worse. It got worse. It got worse. It got worse. Because of course it did. Of course it did. Of course it did. What's it gonna be now? What's it gonna be now? Is he gonna have like a NAMBLA, like mending the gap between pedos and minors?
Including an NSFW voice channel. To be honest, I was surprised that there were NSFW channels when the server rules said 16 and up.
So this guy's essentially created a dating app for pedophiles and children.
Is NSFW supposed to be 18 and up? I mean, if you already watch Nux.
Tinder for grooming, I guess.
Fair. To be clear, those channels were supposed to be only for adults. But given the state of Discord's age verification...
No, that's how he literally is openly telling minors in his audience. And by the way, he knows just as well as everyone else online does. People, in terms of permissions, will always set themselves to be 18, even if you're like 16 or whatever. He's letting you know if you're 16, your presence is going to be allowed in the server. You have nothing to worry about. So it's not really that much of a leap to assume that those 16-year-olds, even if the channels are marked as 18, would obviously have access to said channels because every minor marks themselves as 18 online.
Setting a channel into NSFW mode doesn't really do anything to stop minors from accessing it.
Yes. Yes. And you could say that about, I guess, the server as a whole. If he set it to 18, I wouldn't agree with Nick Andros if the server was set to 18 and it's like, oh, there's proof that like some minors have entered it, right? Or like he went to like their social media and they're clearly minors, but they're in the server or whatever. That would be a different story. There would still be room for plausible deniability, maybe. But no, he allows minors in this space. He's created a community where hentai, lolicon, sexual degeneracy, and the presence of minors are allowed to intermingle. And to assume that the people that are, to make an NSFW chat, you know that there are people whose, the main reasoning for being in this community is the shit they jerk off to. So even if they just get out of the NSFW channel, they then go into Gen or whatever, they're there to, a bunch of kids are there.
All they have to do is lie about their age to Discord. The channels were fortunately removed 6 days after
and then
the server was open.
Okay, so what would setting it to 18 plus do? If they could just lie about their, well, it's like they have no reason to worry about their general presence. You've said you're not going to be looking out for people who are like you're not going to be looking out for people who are 16 that are bypassing whatever because their presence is allowed in the server. So there's not going to be extra caution, extra suspicion, and even if they listen to your word and respect your word, right? They now have there's no hurdle. There's no hurdle to them joining. He's okay with it. I could join.
To the public. The announcement of their removal does mention issues like minors sneaking in by lying about their age.
We're going to get an example of a kid that was groomed in the server community. I'm telling if this video, it's going to do numbers. It is doing numbers. It is literally only a matter of time. There is no doubt in my mind that there was at least a grooming attempt that has occurred in this community.
However,
and it's gone on for this community's gone on for 6 years, right? The person who was commenting was 12, 6 years ago. And all that time in between, I would be shocked if there isn't some former kid out there that can attest to like being reached out to by some freak from this community.
The main reason was that having NSFW channels disqualified the server from Discord partnership. Some users protested. Nux's content already involved a lot of NSFW media, so why not allow people to post it?
Yeah, the fact that people in your community would even defend that shows what kind of culture you've cultivated.
In his community. A staff member responded that the age group of the Billies, that being the name of Nuxtaku's fandom, wasn't appropriate for it. So even Nuxtaku's Discord staff members knew—
No, dude, are you— I spoiled it for myself. I actually didn't— I don't know what other point he's gonna make. You basically now let me know. Bro.
That a large chunk of his audience were minors. The decision to have NSFW channels on the server was already questionable in the first place, But it becomes even more questionable when you remember that Nuxtaku made that predator catfishing video months earlier.
I wanted to make this sort of an educational topic and bring light to an issue that's really big. There's a lot of predators on Discord, like a lot.
This guy, YouTube needs to ban him. YouTube needs to ban. I don't like to call for deep. I don't like to call for deplatforming. This guy has demonstrated. That giving him a platform is dangerous. Is like a huge risk, a huge liability, and evidently dangerous. And he, like, yeah, I actually total channel termination is justified here.
There's a lot of predators.
Thank you for the $2. Well, hold on, it's thank you for the $2. L35 Productions, $2. $2 towards the It Gets Worse fund. I don't know, dude.
There's on Discord, like a lot.
How do you make a video raising awareness of Discord predators, but then set up a Discord server which will facilitate adult conversation?
Because it's a graft. Because it's all a graft. He doesn't actually care about but there's a lot of people who they only went into the predator catching shit because it's a trend. They don't actually like value the safety of minors that much.
Between adults and minors. But hey, they deleted.
All right, we're not spamming that acronym in chat, okay? You know what you're doing. Can we not?
The NSFW channels quickly, so the problem is solved, right? Not necessarily. Nuxtaku
do not ask what the acronym. We're not doing that acronym.
Shouted out the Discord on December 28th on his Twitch, and December 3rd.
Tell us, Spencer, you haven't spoiled it. You're still in for a shock.
On you.
Dude, I gotta get a coffee, man. This is like a lot. Let me make a coffee real quick. It's a lot because I haven't slept, so. Hold on. 10,000. Here's my Cheetos stream from 8 years ago. In the meantime, trip down memory lane. I'll be back, guys. Just need to make a coffee. 10,000 views. I don't like to let the video roll while I go make it on like a certain British pedophile. You're just gonna have to take a guess, man. I'm trying. Bro could have made a bag off the Mr. Beast situation. Boblack's fall off isn't. Well, that's a month ago. Best of Boblacks, you read other people's tweets. Dude, and I just want you to. This is the best of Boblacks, guys.
Bean is a minor, and Beastburger is 29 years old, is married, and has 5 kids. Dude, that did not sound like a 29-year-old. Holy shit. Wait, why does he sound like that? Why is he making YouTube videos with someone who is closer in age to one of his children than him? And why did he give up his career as a musician and writer to create a YouTube channel called Beastburger73? So Beastburger,
what's like the personality aspect of that? Am I just like a hater? Am I like hating?
So far, not my favorite content creator. In fact, far from it. But he's feeding the family of 7. He's pumping out content harder than.
This is, by the way, guys. Right now, what we're doing is a try to laugh. Like I want like, if honestly, if you manage to laugh at this, you're gonna get like a fucking a medal of honor.
His wife to create those 5 kids. I've honestly got to commend him for making a stable income off of content like this.
Minecraft, but if I hit 1 million subscribers, I will reveal a big secret. Wait, I already hit 1 million. Whoa!
From now until the end of March, you too can get your limited edition 1 million Beastburger.
Children wearing your shirt.
Which is the minute you stop repping.
Not included. There's no guarantee you won't regret your life choices after wearing our merch in public.
Dude, the front page of your merch website has children wearing your shirts. There's no way your channel isn't made for kids, right? You didn't.
Here's the thing with him, right? This is the problem. We're gonna see it in his other video as well. And he does something that I used to do as well. The difference is I took really good acting classes. He literally tries to make it sound like these are genuine off-the-cuff reactions, inserting like fake laughter or whatever, but he's not good at it. You can tell he's re-recorded this line 20 different fucking times. So there's no like genuine reaction involved. It doesn't sound like it's actually like a human. It sounds like a fucking like it sounds like I said an alien trying to convince you that it's human. Like, listen.
Just show a 17-year-old twerking because you hit 1 million subscribers on your children's channel, right? No! There is no way that Beastburger is not obese. He named himself after a cheeseburger and then commissioned someone to draw his character super buff with the beginning of his crotch poking out of the belt. Sorry to break the immersion for you cheeseburger fans, but this is actually what he looks like.
What are you?
And just so you know, this is literally what my videos on my main channel were. Like this like unfunny fucking slop. But at least I was like 12, dude. And at least I was good at pretending like I was interested. He like, you can tell just how fake it is. You can tell how fake it is. And like, it's like, Connor, and I'm not just guessing that he's re-recorded these lines 20 times. Connor, his former editor, has told me that Boblax was like, had like such an autistic need to like get every line perfect that he literally would re-record it 20 times. That's why it took him so long sometimes to make these videos. Like he like was like super nitpicky about every little like inflection in his voice. So then now this like feigned interest that he does with his voice, he tries to do it with his face now because he's inserting his face into the fucking corner of the screen. And by the way, if anyone can get me that stream, we're gonna get it at some point. But if anyone can get that for me, oh, that'd be great.
This guy has been through it the last couple months, ever since his friend Chris Tyson got outed for being a... He addressed this on his Twitter in July by saying, "Over the last few days, I've become aware of the serious allegations of Ava Tyson's behavior online. I am disgusted and opposed to such unacceptable acts. During that time, I have been focused on hiring an independent third party to conduct a thorough investigation to ensure I have all the facts.
We gotta skip the
that said, I've seen enough on so new. There, YouTubers are hypocrites all the time. That's nothing new. Concluded."
There's like a part where he does like a really forced like laugh.
Isn't Delaware because he can't go back to Delaware. We have the part and documents were processed. No way. The guys you paid found you innocent. Nah, man. You says, yeah, this is getting up. Our fine ourselves, and we found nothing wrong. Showing a picture.
Wait, look, dude. Like, it's like not like he's trying to pretend like there's some interest. Like, look at his face.
Investigation team as the police. Fallen Chungus says, "Mr. Best, can you include a Fallen Chungus figurine in the next Lunchly launch?" Fallen Chungus also quote tweets it and says, "We investigated ourselves and we found nothing wrong." Showing a picture of the Joker smiling. There's Macho response.
Do you think he actually found that like that? Okay, that's a really good frame to stop on. He laughed at that. This isn't the part I was talking about. There's one part where he does like a really weird laugh. But like, do you really think he found that funny?
We found nothing wrong. Showing.
I mean.
Tweets it and says, "We investigated ourselves and we found nothing wrong." Showing a picture of the Joker smiling. Will natural response miss?
I mean, it's like so fake, right? I mean, is this like he's not doing a good job like at pretending like he's interested? And also, why is there? I know everyone's covered this, but why is he putting his face in now? Especially when he just lied to everybody that he's a fucking like gym bro. He's like, yeah, dude, I don't know why, dude. Before we even fell out, he's like, I don't know why Aiden's like talking about my physique, like, you know, like I hit the gym and stuff. It's like, bro, you look like if Sad from Inside Out was like became like a real person. Like, that's what this looks like.
Mr. Beast by saying, "We can interpret what you are admitting."
This is what all the fucking conservatives have in their mind of what like what your average liberal looks like.
And are denying when it comes to Dogpack's allegations. Dogpack being a new YouTuber who started his career with these huge Mr. Beast videos that helped kickstart this investigation in the first place. Willie Mac Show continues in this tweet by saying, "But in my opinion, you need to come right out and make it clear." Willie Mac also quote tweets Mr. Beast and...
Yeah, I want to get to the part where I'm sorry, I'm not playing very well, but I'm like distracted as fuck. All right, folks, I'm back. We probably just went sub 100 because nobody has a fucking attention span. If you're still here, congratulations to you. You are not consuming the goy slop and shorts all day, and can handle my excessively long coffee break, which is so long, it's possibly even suspicious. Okay. Yeah, we're here.
YouTube. His audience floods in, there's problems with minors showing up in the NSFW channels, and then they find out that having them at all would disqualify them from Discord partnership.
Type in chat if you're still here. Mark your spot for the rise of 20...
Instead of wiping them out instantly, they announce
Thank you for the 4, Ivana. Pair characters actually stretching his arm forward over a cup of coffee. Thank you so much.
They'll be deleted in 2 days. Why? So that people can pay their respects to a Discord goon channel? I saw a member of the council mention that the users on the NSFW channels set up their own fan NSFW server, which I have to guess is...
Oh my, now you have people, now you have your community leading to the creation of like sub-communities that you can't moderate, as if you were moderating this one, where it's being advertised to a server that allows minors, and God knows what's happening in there.
Staff allowed them to promote on those channels.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for... Apparently people were saying that this is gonna happen, but like, yeah, it's no fucking secret. Like, yeah, a kid's gonna get groomed here.
Can't confirm
I'm just waiting to see who it was or how it happened.
Since those channels are now gone, but I saw one user, even in the general channel, promoting their own NSFW server. So all of those minors who were lying about their age in the first place and accessing the NSFW channel on Nux's server would just get funneled to that fan server instead. Who was moderating it? Who knows? What age verification standards were they going to uphold? Assuming the admin...
Dude. Yeah, of course. What age verification standards and a Nuxtaku community fan Discord? 2 things that you would never fucking see together.
...are not minors themselves, or even worse, adult predators. There's a lot of those on Discord apparently. I'd like to remind you at this point that Ava Chris Tyson's Discord server was private when the NSFW channels were open in 2018. It was closed when the server was open to the public in January 2019. In Tyson's case, the drama was about Lava.js, Nathan, and apparently a handful of other minors being present on the server while it was private. The initial accusations made by Prism42 also included claims of Tyson grooming Lava.js, but no evidence for that was ever found. The Discord just had NSFW content available to minors.
I wouldn't... he's technically right. I wouldn't do any subtle defense or comparison to Ava Chris Tyson, because any any drooler that's watching this, so like, this guy defended Chris Tyson, his video on Nux sucks or whatever. It's like, you don't even need to do that, even if you're right.
By those standards, Nuxtaku's Reddit was already way, way worse, and his Discord way.
Aiden will probably end stream before covering it. No, this is actually the halfway point for stream, because we hit the halfway point for Streamly goal. So you're getting another half. Much appreciated. If you guys support the channel as always, you could tip through Streamlabs, Super Chat, all that cool shit, and other great sources by liking the fucking stream. We've been over 100 the whole stream, yet sub 100 likes? What's going on, man?
Worse 4 years after Tyson's Discord, when there was more of a general awareness of these issues. Tyson's server apparently still had sexual chats or juvenile banter after it went public, but looking at the kinds of terms that were frequently used on Nux's Discord, there was plenty of that to go around. If NSFW content was now banned from Nuxtaku's Discord, how did they handle Nuxtaku's NSFW content? If the thumbnails contained NSFW content, the staff members would remove their embeds. Darn Nux using blatantly NSFW thumbnails.
Even if you remove the NSFW from the server, a Discord server is going to be a place where people with the common interest of, like, the center of the community, this case being Nuxtaku and his content, can congregate. We know that there are kids. We know that there are hentai gooners. So even if you remove all the NSFW content, you created a mutual congregation point for a group that is going to be, obviously, by virtue of them being kids, significantly at risk, and a group that is going to have a disproportionate amount of, that is going to have a way higher, that is going to have a, don't ask for the study on this. We haven't performed an actual study on Nuxtaku's server, but even Queeman gave this to me. You're going to find, amongst the sample size, a much higher likelihood of there being groomers and pedos compared to the average population, even if we aren't accepting that being a hentai gooner in Nuxtaku's community doesn't make you a pedo in and of itself.
Stay in the Discord cache after he censors them. Some users would still post NSFW images from Nux's content or the content of his friends, and the staff, despite reacting to them...
The fact that this guy's a million... It's not just him. The fact that this guy's a million subs, and there is a community of people that it didn't raise instant alarm bells to become a huge issue and, like, backlash over the notion of allowing people age 16 in the server, and there are thousands of people who know why they're watching Nux, relating to gooner shit or whatever. The fact that this didn't cause, like, uproar within his community shows you, like, what a problem said community is.
Wouldn't delete them. God damn it.
You've created a site where a group that is probably has a disproportionate amount of pedos can congregate with children while simultaneously having adults who evidently ignore red flags regarding inappropriate interactions involving minors. So it's the perfect storm.
Nux, we're trying to keep the order. In a recent one, he used a thumbnail from an actual porn video. Ah, okay, so Nux again with the nip slip, I see. This is Pokemon-branded Lolly Bestiality in January 2022. According to the Wayback Machine, this thumbnail was left like this for months. This is on par with his idea to make Twitch streamers say the N-word. We removed the embed. Nux is pushing the limits, Lamau. What is he pushing the limits of? The thumbnail of his latest video. Then why he do it non-censored then? That's the big question. Here's a bigger question. If the age group of Nux's audience is too young for his Discord community to have NSFW channels, but most of the people on this server came from Nux's channel, why is the content of that channel too NSFW for the demographic of the Discord? Isn't this massively self-incriminating? Despite having this long...
Yes, but I guess to thousands of adults. Like, the most concerning part about this, once again, is that there are thousands of adults that are witness to this guy's content and him opening a community where he specifically says 16 plus, and there was just seemingly no red flags, causing significant backlash.
Of running communities where minors were exposed to adult content, and that being the very core of his YouTube content for years, in 2024, Nuxtaku wasn't only criticizing, but grandstanding over Ava Chris Tyson. He was also putting lollipetality into his content before and after he was supposed to confront Shadman for drawing lollipetality on September 30th of 2021. However, Nuxtaku's numerous lies about his association with Shadman is something for a different video. There's also the V Shoujo drama to cover, which lots of people think he was in the right about. That is not the case at all.
What about Moist
but again,
Critical being I don't know the full nature of his involvement. I won't sweep for the guy if he is. I'm not particularly a Moist Critical fan.
Different video. It's a real shame because what I'm going to reveal next is likely going to kill his career. Not to
We're not at the worst part yet. We're not at the worst part yet. And also, this is badass, by the way. This is how you set it up. I would even do like a dramatic, like, that like slow kind of building up sound. I would maybe do a JPEG of your profile picture sitting in the chair of the Don.
Apply what I presented earlier isn't already bad enough, but this is just beyond forgiveness. You see, there is another Nuxtaku Discord server, even older than his subreddit.
Dude. I didn't know about this. Whatever he's gonna show, all I knew about was like the kid sending that. I didn't know about this part. I thought his career was over with that. Dude.
I saw an ad
Then the 16 plus Discord happens. That's surely gonna do it.
for it, which made me very intrigued.
Really help keep my channel afloat. All patrons are invited to the Discord server where we hang out having a great time, and unlike Tumblr, we have an NSFW section.
Dude. I'm waiting for it.
Welcome to the Nexus, Nuxtaku's Patreon Discord, founded in April of 2018. In its current state, the server is almost totally inactive, but the NSFW channel is still here. Despite having an NSFW channel, the server's rules mention nothing about a minimum age, and there is nothing about it being 18 plus on the Patreon side either. What's special about this community is Nux's level of engagement. He wasn't talking to people on his Reddit, and he kept the interactions on the public Discord to—
Don't tell me we have him talking to a minor about NSFW. Don't tell me that's what we're about to see, right? Right? It wouldn't, sadly, it wouldn't surprise me, but it would surprise me that we have proof of this.
the minimum. However, on the Patreon Discord,
he's not gonna pull that up.
At least
Because I don't know, if that existed out there, I don't know how he could get to 1 million subs with that out there.
in 2018, 2019, he would actually talk to people and even hang out in voice chats with them.
Are we gonna get some screenshot of like someone being like, I'm 13, teehee, and then like him replying with like the most like degenerate like hentai image you ever— I'm just
can
like
actually see him
scared.
talking with the artist behind his 2019 era character. The original high-resolution files are here as well. This one, where Nux is rubbing his hands, has the file name nux_merchant.png. Very interesting. The NSFW channel wasn't there from the start. We can trace its creation to this exchange from October 15th, 2018, where we can see this user, who from now on will be called Red, repeatedly asking Nux to create it. If we look at the time and date of these messages, the NSFW channel was made 2 minutes later. In response to this, Red raised their Patreon pledge, and Nux gave them a thumbs up. For a brief moment, let me take you to August of 2024. Nuxtaku is finally being pressed about his past content, and he was actually pushed into making a response.
The biggest shock to me to this day entering the broader commentary sphere was the dangers lurking around every corner.
Because it's just a blank right now. My mind's filling in the blanks of what could possibly be here.
In regards to children. Children are not safe on the internet. I only became chronically online after high school, but I couldn't imagine what it would do to me if I was in some YouTuber's Discord server at the age of 12 or 14.
You couldn't imagine. You don't need to. Red joined the server on September 7th. On day 1, they openly declared themselves
No, dude! No! No! Dude!
to be 14 years old. They would later claim to be 15 multiple times, but as they openly stated, they were lying about their age. Red was born in 2004. They had turned 14 soon before they joined the server. The Discord was a pretty small clique, and soon enough, basically everyone on the server knew that Red was underage.
Dude. It's over. It's actually over. I know exactly what I want to be.
This,
dude, it's over already. It's over already. If there's more,
Nuxtaku made the NSFW channel for them a month later, and within a year,
there is no room. Even if we try to play devil's advocate, once again, it ended at the 16 shit. The plausible deny. This is an actual like smaller discourse.
They had posted 242 messages on the channel. There's also an instance where another user pinged Red into the NSFW channel. As far as I can tell, this behavior was not punished. So a 14-year-old paid Nuxtaku money to be on his Patreon Discord server.
It still gets
He made the NSFW channel for them after
Are we gonna have pictures of him at the island?
Which he accepted even more money from them and allowed them to post onto that channel for over a year before they left the server. But did Nuxtaku know that Red was underage? There is no message of Nux acknowledging Red's age. However, it is extremely unlikely that he didn't know. In this conversation from earlier, where Red says they're lying about their age, Nuxtaku shows up soon afterwards. In this conversation, there's some kind of an ERP going on in the general chat, which is interrupted by Red. Red is told not to get involved because they're underage. After Red says the conversation is making them gag, another user jokes, "Oh no, we better stop if we are gagging a minor."
Dude. That person, by the way, as well, this Tiggy person, all these people need to be reported,
Nuxtaku soon afterwards, but Nux didn't show up. This is Mintheus Mouselord, or Mitochondria, or Mito. According to Nuxtaku, they were the best poster on the NSFW channel. In this conversation about BDSM, we can see Red asking Mito to send their presentation.
The worst part about this is 2018 was one of my most online years ever. This person is a year older than, we're similar in age, right? We're similar in age. I was born at like the beginning of 2005. I'm thinking of myself back then and the shit I knew about and the shit I was. This is this is so fucked, dude.
On sex toys to other users. Note, I just made the presentation because Red was clueless. After Bex mentions having a high tolerance to weirdness, Nux shows up to say, "Proud fanbase." Gremmen asks,
because I was never exposed to any shit like this when I was that age. Like, I wouldn't know what fucking BDSM is or anything like the levels of like, dude.
To send the presentation
and how open and flagrant it is
to Nux. I think that Red already sent it to him. No, I told ya. Never sent it, but I can now. What are we sending me? A sex toy presentation. Why? Lol. We needed to explain sex toys to Red. Nah, it's fine if it's not sent to Nux. Already did, Mito.
You don't have him. You don't have him acknowledging the person's age, right? But if he didn't know the age at this point, wouldn't you say, what does he need explained? If we're just operating under the assumption of, I'm Nox, I have no idea if there's minors in my, even though I allowed minors in my server after I got big and shit. Like, this is like the closest thing you're gonna get, because why would he not like ask a follow-up? Why doesn't he know what sex toys are? Unless he knows he's a fucking
I'm
minor.
not doing honest descriptions on all Maito's sex toys. A few minutes later at 2:16, Nux says, "Very cool, Maito, very cool." Nuxtaku has now received a direct message from a minor on his server, containing a
I remember when I was younger, being a Nux Discord server, he legit never cared at all. Were you a minor?
link to a sex toy presentation that was made for them. What adult is clueless about sex toys? That's a massive red flag that Red is a minor. There was a previous time a month earlier when users in the voice chat text channel begged Nuxtaku to join the VC because they needed help explaining sex toys to Red. Again, what adult doesn't know what sex toys are? In this example,
Wait, I need to...
There was a previous time a month earlier when users in the voice chat text channel begged Nuxtaku to join the VC because they needed help explaining sex toys to Red. Again, what adult doesn't know what sex toys are?
Yes, that would call... The only reason Nux wouldn't ask for clarification there is at some point you can't just say, oh, this could be because he's stupid. This could... You could say that, like, maybe for him putting NSFW videos on YouTube as a platform itself, maybe. But as these things keep this isn't stupidity.
In this example, Nuxtaku declined the invitation to join the VC, but he absolutely was in voice chats with Red multiple times. One of my agents reached out to Red and asked him about...
If the server's still up, logs should be posted for full transparency. Depending on the bots they had, you could get it when... I guess they might not, but you could, like... Some bots, don't they log when people join and leave VCs?
The time on the server. They were willing to share their DMs with Nux to show that they did actually send him the sex toy presentation.
And also, when you have these, like, small Discord communities, people screenshot, like, calls all the time. Somebody sharing screen or whatever. Potentially, somebody in that server is gonna have a screenshot of Red and Nux being in the same voice chat.
So...
Wait, hold on.
Reached out to Red and asked him about their time on the server. They were willing to... But he absolutely was in voice chats with Red multiple times. One of my agents reached out to Red and asked him about their time on the server. They were willing to share their DMs with Nux to show that they did actually send him the sex toy presentation. So that actually happened. It wasn't just a joke. When asked about whether they were ever in voice chats with Nuxtaku, Red recalled being in a VC with him plenty of times, couple of times a week. They'd be surprised if Nux didn't notice them being underage, since everyone else did. However, they don't recall Nux ever commenting on their age. Now, I am not a journalist, I'm just a guy on the internet. However, I know you're not supposed to take one person's word and just run with it. Red could be misremembering, they might have some bias for or against Nuxtaku.
Don't tell me we're actually gonna get concrete evidence of them in VC together.
It's important to have corroborating evidence. On December 15th, 2018, Nuxtaku pinged a deleted user to a VC. Red says Nux is in VC, everyone flood, implying they joined the voice channel with Nux. There's a similar message from January 15th, 2019. If we scroll down a bit, we can see a screenshot showing Nux in the VC with Red.
Dude,
the real
I said it! Is he unmuted as well? Is he unmuted in the Is Nick Andros here?
Nuxtaku here.
Hold on, I just need to know, because the bar would be covering up where the mute button would be. It's bad enough. This is gonna make it even, in the screenshot of Nux and Red in VC together, is Red muted?
Is the real Nuxtaku. Here's another screenshot from the time. Same name, same avatar. The current music channel used to be the old voice text channel, and on it we can sometimes see Red and Nux posting things close to each other that only makes sense if...
Alright, according to Nick Andros, Red was not muted in that VC.
They were in the VC at the same time. Here, for example, Nux is working on a thumbnail. There's
I literally me and this... Okay.
a message from Red.
Me and this person were about the same age. I didn't know anybody back then who didn't have a voice. It was very obviously that of a child. Okay, this is gonna sound funny to you, But when I was like that age, I actually had a deep voice for a prepubescent kid. Obviously, how that aged. I guess it was all the years of soy consumption, but like there is no world. Even if there are like deniers that still like are like, oh well, maybe you just didn't know, maybe he didn't see the message, maybe there is no world where you fucking hear where you listen to someone that age and don't know they're a minor. What year was this? This is, for comparison, this is what I sounded like, and I had a relatively deeper voice for my age back then. Wait, that's not what I sounded like.
It was most likely less than 2 minutes.
Dude, it's like
messages from Nuxtaku, and then a message
it still gets worse.
From Red. An hour later, messages from Nuxtaku.
Kill me.
In this one, we have a message from Red addressing Nux. Later a photo from Nux, then a photo from Red. In this instance, Red asks somebody to join the VC. Another user posts a caked up Charizard. Nuxtaku shows a work-in-progress thumbnail. Message from Red, the Charizard from earlier is now on Nux's thumbnail. There's plenty of evidence of Red speaking, having audio issues, and other users commenting about their voice.
How many people were... Hold on. I just want to also gauge how small this community was. How many actives were present in that server?
So it's not like they never talked in the VC. I think this evidence sufficiently corroborates Red's recollection that they were in the VCs with Nuxtaku multiple times. I'm not sure about a couple times a week, but
yes, good job. Good job.
Certainly multiple times. Red was already behaving in a pretty...
Because Nick Andros could have just... Once again, you don't want to give any... There are people that are so committed to these like grifters that they will find any out possible. You want this video to end with them having the least amount of outs possible. So good on Nick Andros for actually like finding evidence that substantiates what the kid said. Because then they go, oh, well, it's an anonymous account claiming they were in VC. We have no proof they actually were. All of this in aggregation. It's very hard to argue, right?
Immature way, even in the text messages. They would spam emojis and walls of text. To believe that Nuxtaku didn't know Red's age, you'd have to believe he missed all of the instances when their age was mentioned. You'd have to believe no one told him Red was a minor in chats, VCs, or DMs.
I low-key think I was gonna get groomed if I stayed in that server. So, okay, so you were 14 when you were in Nux's server. Did you ever, like, did they know you were 14? You were in the bigger server. Were you like open about the fact that you were 14? And furthermore, did you have any creepy interactions?
And that Nux didn't realize it from their voice when talking to them in VCs. This should already be enough to strongly conclude that Nuxtaku knew. But to show the full extent of the evidence and the full extent of Nuxtaku's beyond incomprehensible neglect, we need to introduce a new character. After joining the server, Red quickly made friends with another user called Alan Vebus. I know that Alan's avatar here looks an
Did this guy groom Red?
awful lot like Mr. Obvious from my engineer video, but they are not the same person. Alan was a small anime creator at the time and would promote his video.
You got sent gore and lolly to your DMs? If this was over Discord, by the way, if this was over Discord, there's a good chance that is potentially still in your DMs. You might have proof that that while you were openly 14 in that server, people were sending you gore and lolly.
On Nux's Discord. The metadata of his channel reveals that he is from Romania, and he would often
Yep, he did it.
mention things about it on the server.
He's a You just need to say, dude, just need to say Romania. I used to, dude, we literally used to make jokes, because they're all from like some like Eastern European, we used to make like jokes like about like, yeah, you're secretly like some Estonian pedophile or something, because that's where like half these guys are all
There's
from.
a lot of conversations between
I know
them
Romania and Estonia are not the same country.
and Nuxtaku on the server, and Nux has mentioned Alan's name 100 times. He even shouted out Alan's channel in a video from October 22nd, 2018.
All patrons are invited to the Discord server, where we do things like make fun of Alan Weebus. If you don't know who Alan Weebus is, oh, trust me, $1 to the Patreon is worth it to meet the guy. He's in a special kind of category, where everyone that relates to him in any way is a tsundere, because we all constantly make fun of him and make believe we hate him, but we all low-key like him. And also, thank you, Alan Weebus, for donating $10 on Patreon, so now I get to shout you out in all my videos. Link to Alan Weebus' channel is actually in the description. He makes funny shiz, and he takes the edge out of edgy, which leaves you just why? Like, why is he making this video? That kind of thing. Anyway, special thanks to King Beat
Dude,
My
we're
Meat
doing pedophile shoutouts, and there is still 20 minutes left.
Alan was a very major contributor to the NSFW channel. However,
The problem is my parents found out about the server and forced me to nuke my Discord account. Got it. W parents?
according to Nux, they were still inferior to mitochondria. He apparently got his material from following more than 300 hentai artists on Twitter. That's only a third of the amount that Tectone was following. Alan has made a lot of claims about their age, including saying that he was as young as 15. Plenty of users, including Nuxtaku, have also claimed Alan to be underage. Alan is a lolly, no can do. Alan is underage. Does that mean Nux is grooming Alan? What's going on here? According to Red's recollection, Alan was around 19 at the time. In this tweet, they claim to be 19 in 2019. So, if they're telling the truth here, they would have been 18. Another former member believed Alan to be around 21. According to Red's recollection, no one on the server genuinely believed Alan was underage. These statements about Nux grooming Alan or Nux calling Alan a lolly are simply jokes. Very optically...
Good, okay, so he's in the clear on that point. We still have him... So he probably knows the Romanian pedophile that's in his private server that is actual minors who are open about being minors is not a pedophile. Cool. We can grant him that one. We can grant him that one,
Bad jokes, but jokes nonetheless. While I'm not sure about Alan's exact age, they were clearly an adult. Alan has unfortunately deleted their Discord account, which makes it hard to determine which messages are his. But we can still tell if it's him talking thanks to context clues. Here Nuxtaku mentions that Megumin from Konosuba is best girl. Alan points out that she is 14 years old. Another deleted user, who I assume is Zack, asks Alan about another character called Taiga. There's two deleted users talking here, so how can we tell them apart? Alan must be one of them because their name is mentioned. So this one must be Zack. One of them mentions the age of consent in Romania being 15, so that must be Alan. Zack uses capitalization, while Alan doesn't. That's how we know that it was Alan who said, "Who cares? If she can count, then she ready to mount."
This is Hassan.
So normally you could say, oh, it's just edgelord jokes. But in the people do use, once again, people mask very often real intentions, real positions, and like layers of irony. Because sometimes they, whether it be cognitive dissonance, they like actually believe in horrific shit that they know is horrific. So veiling it in irony helps them say it openly and with a little bit of and cope with that. Or they're trying to obfuscate or obscure what they actually believe, even though in this server you don't really have a need to. You see, like, you can probably, it is probably safe to say that in that server, in that context, people who are making jokes like that, there's probably going to be truth underneath.
On taking more shots at Nuxtaku in his week-long feud with me while defending his bro tips past.
Also, dude, if you're citing the age of consent in Romania, you are a pedophile.
All right, I never brought up his bro tips past because I felt like it was so long ago, it's not worth it. But he's bringing up like...
If you need to pull out, she's legal in insert country from behind the Iron Curtain. I don't know what did.
Random shit from forever ago and warping it into calling me a pedophile for insane reasons. Did you know that it is bro...
Listen, in Romania's defense, I'm pretty sure all these countries in Europe raised the age at some point, right? So I'm pretty sure, don't want to slander Romania. Maybe they're not a pedophile country anymore. Oh, no, it's the same. Yeah, it's a pedophile country.
Tips past, he had a famous quote where he said,
"Wait, what? What? Dude, I'm an Italophile. It's the age of consent is 14 in Italy. What?
If she's old enough to count, she's old enough to mount.
Come back again next week when
Yo, it's not worth it. But he's bringing up like random shit from forever ago and warping it into calling me a pedophile for insane reasons. Did you know that in his Bro Tips past, he had a famous quote where he said, if she's old enough to count, she's old enough to mount?
Come back again next week when we discuss the legendary question of all time. Old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark?
If that's not pedophile behavior.
That's a fucking edgy... That is actually an edgy joke because you don't have all the context around it of facilitating hentai fucking communities that are actually discussing, like, the nuance of, like, the age of their gooning material and shit. This is a community where that discussion would legitimately be relevant. Therefore, people advocating for the, you know, less socially acceptable position could do so while masking it in irony, have incentive to do so, and it's more than likely to be what pertinent to their actual beliefs. Like, that's the difference between an edgy joke and, like, oh, you're actually just, like, fostering a pedophile culture.
I don't know what is.
When Hassan said that in 2013, he was playing a character, and he was asking it, not flat out stating it like Alan did. We can see Nuxtaku right here not condemning those words at all. So he either used to not care about pedophile behavior, didn't think that it was pedophile behavior, or his attack on Hassan.
What if Nux's response is, yes, Nuxtaku, I am a pedophile, and that's why I call it Hassan, because I know one when I see one. He's one of us.
Hassan is knowingly deceitful. There's a difference between waifu and best girl. Waifus are mountable, so therefore the best girl...
The community and the context here would indicate that the joke is more than a joke.
Isn't.
In Hassan's case, it wouldn't. Also, one is like, one is being done like very publicly and in a performing context, right? So it's more likely to not be like reflective of his actual fucking beliefs.
However, the art of the best girl is lolly inclusive. Nux is using that word in the petite anime character sense, not the cartoon CP sense. Nux's stance on personally not being into lolly hentai has been consistent for years, but it didn't stop him from posting it onto YouTube. Then
they all fucking... Dude, who's that one? It's like Mama Oka or something. It's like, yeah, I personally don't like it. It's like just not my thing. It's just not my thing. But then like they justified like their friends and shit. And like it's clear, okay, you are actually completely fine with this thing. You're just saying you personally don't like it to have some out. Like you're very obviously completely fine with this.
Alan says, lollies are very mountable. Nuxtaku responds,
no, not Mama Coco. No, not Mama Coco. Thank God she got justice over Ernesto de la Cruz.
You're terrifying, Alan.
I'm talking about not even it's not a trans joke. This person identifies as a man, is a man, but uses the persona of a big titty octopus woman hybrid.
And moves on. This was 12 days before Nux gave Alan that shout out on his channel. So Alan saying things like this didn't seem to be a problem to him.
And he takes the edge out of edgy.
Look at this art. This art is better. And it's Alan posting a comic about some boy kissing his dog. I wish I would be able to get sick from stuff like this again. By the way, don't ask why do I have that. Why do you have that? Red sent it to me. He always sends me fucked up shit like this. That guy's a sociopath, I tell ya. Red shows up and claims Alan is the one who sent it.
I know, you know what he's doing here, don't you? It's like very subtle, but I feel like, and maybe I'm doing like, I'm hyper analyzing it a little bit, but by doing the joking, he's the one that sent it to me. He's fucked up. You're getting him comfortable with openly expressing his own like sexual desires and interests in sending you stuff. Maybe I'm looking too much into that, but I'm pretty sure the joke here, him making the joke that it was actually Red that sent it to him, is like a tactical thing.
Is the one
desensitized.
Who sent it, and shows a screenshot from their DMs. Wow, you resort to Photoshop to make me look bad?
This is what grooming is, by the way. Anyone who thinks, like, people's, like, considered grooming, someone DMs someone, it's like, I'm a pedophile, you're a kid, let's do bad stuff, or whatever. Like, it's not, it is slow, they come as, like, friendly people that you you know, would naturally just be comfortable hanging out with. Things like jokes are incredibly common in grooming when grooming is occurring, especially online. They're used tactically, so we do have to hyperanalyze every single joke this person is making to the minor.
Red shares another screenshot showing some of Alan's earlier messages. People have no shame, shake my head. Also, I hope someone at school sees you watching this. Is that Minecraft? Yes, I'm 15. Deal with it. Oof, I feel old. He's literally the youngest guy here. I am the youngest? Oh, he is. Makes sense. Yep. Red is 15-year-olds personified. Ha, I'm still underage. So, cause you're talking to me, you are all technically pedophiles. Not me. Yup. Remember, the age of consent in Romania is 15, so I can smack your ass all I want. It's only been 26.
Dude, what?
Pedophiles. Not me. Yup. Remember.
Wait, I zoned out for a second. I was reading something else. Dude.
15-year-olds personified. Ha, I'm still underage. So, cause you're talking to me, you are all technically pedophiles. Not me. Yup. Remember, the age of consent in Romania is 15.
He's doing it almost, notice how he's doing it in like the jokey kind of, but it's like he's implanting the idea. He's implanting the idea of, well, it's technically legal in my country if we were to do stuff together, right? It's not illegal. And he's doing it in the format of a joke to ease him into this. It's grooming. This is grooming.
So I can smack your ass all I want. It's only been 26 minutes since the last time Alan brought up the Romanian age of consent. Alan would make similarly inappropriate comments about Red on the 16th of December. But let's return to October 8th. You are willing to send me the most fucking disgusting shit you have. I only send it to you because you're 15. Exactly. Nobody else would. I initially planned to traumatize you because you were acting tough, but I underestimated you.
And he's giving him like compliments, like I underestimate. You can handle it. You can handle it. Like complimenting him for being able to tolerate the inappropriate shit he's being sent. It's another version of you're mature for your age, right? I underestimated you. You're really good at this kind of thing. This is full-blown grooming. And like, unfortunately, I don't know how it works in Europe. I'm pretty there, even though the age of consent in Romania is technically 15, I'm sure this still like they probably like in some states in the US it's legally 16, but you could still be charged, right? Especially if it's occurring over telecommunications. There's tons of technicalities. The problem you have here is this occurred in 2018. I don't think anyone's actually going to be charged as a result of this. But the fucking sicko that's doing this here, if he's still alive, I mean, this was 20, he could be dead. I don't know. We don't know how old this guy actually was or what kind of lifestyle he's living, or he will do this again if he's not already doing it somewhere else.
You. Who, me? I'm not tough. I guess edgy instead of tough. I am edgy, not that tough.
He knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. And not to, this isn't, I don't mean this in a compliment sense, but yeah, he is well versed on how to groom.
Tough though. Yeah, I got that. I need to train you to become tough. Okay. At this point, Nuxtaku or the moderators should be intervening and investigating what's happening in the DMs between Alan and Red. However, there wouldn't be any moderators or rules on the server until 2020. In late 2019, the server was raided by gore spammers multiple times, and Nuxtaku did nothing about it. What finally made him appoint moderators is when his patrons pulled their pledges. This is one of his own newly appointed moderators saying it at the time. According to Red, on the first day they joined the server, Alan spammed their DMs with a bunch of gore and NSFW content. There are multiple instances of Red or Alan publicly mentioning Alan sending gore to Red. Here's one from October 6th. On October 14th, Alan mentioned showing his personal collection to Red. On January 1st, 2019, Alan actually posted a gore image into the voice chat channel and pinged Red. In February 2019, Red reacted to a meme by saying, "I can take pictures of men's penises being cut in half, but this is too much even for me." It was a GIF and just a tip. Yeah, but dramatic effect, Alan. Shake my head. The message below contains nudity, and if we go one message further, we can see a message from Nuxtaku. Alan having a fascination with gore seemed to
Yeah, it's not even just, there are like some of these guys, like, there are like subtypes of pedophile where like the attractive part is like, they're attracted to the notion of like the innocence, and the attractor is like corrupting innocence or whatever, right? So for him, if that's what he's into, which it seems like he might be, there's satisfaction in getting this kid to voluntarily participate in the exchange of gore and things deemed, I get, corrupt, obviously.
be pretty well known on the server. One regular user made this meme about the various quirks of the other regular members. Alan
You see that a lot now with the adults that participate in like the 764 adjacent shit. Like some of these guys, it's mostly run by kids and late teens, but some of the adults are like, they're getting off on that
comedic
shit.
summary was posting extreme mutilation pics. Notice that Nuxtaku was pinged on this message. Sending this kind of material to a minor is very harmful and a crime, and it's been going on for 5 months, and Nuxtaku has done nothing. Red would sometimes ask Alan to send him things. Send me the most fucked up shit you have.
He picked, this isn't an official debate, it's about some interpersonal shit. If he wants to call in now, he can. He's
Look
not a
for
moderator.
yourself. I want
You could just ring me now.
my
Or you
friend
can ring me as soon as I'm done with this.
to know you are worse than the dark web. Soyboy here is another adult user and also a small anime creator. He already knows that Red is underage. Despite this, he asks Red if he can send them something truly disturbing. Okay, Soy, send it to me. See? Come on. I expected at least nuggets. If you don't know what that word means, don't look it up. Alan proceeds to drop codes to some extremely obscene comics. Thanks, Alan. Soy, I am extremely disappointed. Red, you scare me. That is actual animal rape and murder. I know.
What? Okay, it actually is literally, I can't believe there was a time, like an hour ago, where the 16 plus in the public Discord server, I'm like, it's over. It doesn't get worse than this. We are now having a private server where a minor is openly being groomed and open about the fact that they are a minor, and Nux is evidently has been in VCs with this person and would be able to hear that they were a minor, but also that through this server, people are exchanging footage of animal rape.
Oh, how is that not the most fucked up thing? Alan sent me a video of a man getting his head off by a machete. Real life, of course. Nuxtaku was pinged about something off topic immediately after that message, but it didn't show up. After getting Nuxtaku to create the NSFW channel, Red suggested making a Not Safe for Life channel for Alan, to which Alan said, I wouldn't make Nuxtaku watch something like that. You, on the other hand, can get it. Nuxtaku's nowhere to be seen, but then Soyboy mentions Toei Animation claiming one of his videos. Nuxtaku replies to him with advice, once again showing how close
It's still, how does it get worse? If it gets any worse than this, I don't care about a statute of limitations. You need like Interpol on this shit. How is it getting worse?
he was to seeing these warning signs. Beyond conditioning Red into tolerating
You can't come back from this. His channel needs to be terminated. In a just world, Nuxtaku would be facing some sort of legal repercussions.
extremely shocking and obscene imagery. Alan also encouraged them to drop out of school. On Tuesday, October 9th, Red mentioned skipping school to binge-watch anime. Alan cheers them on and says that skipping school is badass, and that he's doing it as well, because he's a badass like Red. On October 10th,
making him feel special. I would never send this to Nux, but you're another, you can like handle this. This is literally, I'm a badass. I do shit like you. He's making him feel special.
And that he's doing it as well, because he's a badass like Red. On October 10th, Nuxtaku pings various users, including Red, to
well, I'm in the middle of a segment as soon as I'm done with this.
inform them that he finished reading the Black Clover manga all in one day. School got cancelled for the rest of the week for me because the head teacher got stabbed, so I shall be around lots. Words like head teacher and school are used by children, not college students. Another clear red flag that Red is a minor, right in Nux's face. What? Go to sleep, kid. Another clear indication that Red is a minor. Yeah, lol, 176 chapters in a day. This is 5 days before Red got Nuxtaku to create the NSFW channel. If you're worried about that stabbing story, it's something that Red made up at the time. On Thursday, October 11th, Red mentions having skipped 4 days of school to binge anime. Another user cheers him on. School is a waste of time.
So just like encouraging like truancy and reckless behavior from the minor. We're just going down the whole list here.
On Monday, October 15th, Red thinks about joining a VC because there's a lot of people on. But he says that school starts in 30 minutes. Alan once again encourages Red to skip school. On Thursday, October 18th, Red asks Alan for advice on how to lie to their parents to get out of school. Anyone here a good liar? Alan makes multiple suggestions. On October 30th, Red pinged Alan because he wants to speak to someone that he trusts.
You're watching. This is literally like you're watching how the minor's being turned spot. Like you've seen the tactics utilized, making him feel special and singled out. We don't even know what's going on in DMs between the two. He's been desensitized to horrific shit, right? He's been desensitized to the discussion of sexual shit on purpose, just to be clear. And you're watching him. You're watching the person encourage reckless behavior from the kid that would isolate him further. And now you're getting the kid to openly, it's working. He trusts him. That's what grooming does. It makes like the monster look like a friend. And you can see that now it's just worked. From the outside to us, this guy is evidently a fucking monster. But to the kid, all of this works in aggregation to get him to not see that.
Having the problem of no longer going to school. Alan asked if they quit like a badass mad lad, once again encouraging Red to drop out of school. On December 9th, Violet asks, "Are you guys students or out of school?" Alan says he and Red dropped out. Red says that Alan inspired him. On January 4th, 2019, Red wants...
He's 15, right? He probably didn't actually quit. Because at 15, you can't... Listen, I have experience. I used to be a chronic truant, okay? You can't actually officially... I did graduate high school, but you can't actually officially drop out until you're, what, 16 in the United States? That's assuming this kid's American. When he says he quit, he's probably just not fucking going, and the parents aren't around to make it.
Again says he quit school. He doesn't care about it anymore. On April 10th, 2019, Red described themselves as a 15-year-old dropout. Alan
and he's now completely isolated, by the way. School is like your social system when you're that age, where you have your friends, where you're interacting with like the outside world. He's being completely isolated.
Was up and says, agreed. And that's coming from an older dropout. So how did Red manage to drop out of school? Let's go to February 2019. Red is talking to Bex, who seems to be having some form of breakdown caused by opiate withdrawals. Many of Beck's messages actually mention them being addicted to drugs.
You can't just stop going whenever you want. I tried that. At a certain age, you have truancy officers looking for your ass. It's not fun. It's not fun.
Spending all their money on drugs and having various mental illnesses. Please keep that in mind when passing judgment about what I'm going to show next. I might be overly cautious here because YouTube does not like when certain things are discussed, such as SH. And in this exchange, knowing they're in the presence of a minor, Bex explains how it works and basically makes it sound really cool. Red mentions having used SH to manipulate their parents into letting them quit school. Really? That's impressive. Red expressed that they...
What? That's impressive. So, this isn't just like a one-on-one grooming thing, by the way, either. It is happening so fucking openly, and you've several adults that there's no red flags for them. There's no red flags here for them. I would be surprised to see the history of like this Bex person or this fucking Romanian guy is probably not the only one.
Felt like a terrible person for doing it. How it...
You'd officers looking for you? Yeah, at one point. People don't... I used to be like a fucking... What is that? Not oppositional... I used to do everything I wasn't fucking supposed to when I was a kid. I got all like the reckless shit out of the way. I used to skip school. I used to fucking use drugs and shit.
Felt...
But not in like a cool way, because I was completely isolated.
They mention only doing it twice, to which Bex says, "Psh, imagine only doing it twice. I decided to stop before I couldn't." Real sad boys have on their thighs.
Yeah, you'll have truancy officers. Like if you're under a certain age, you'll have truancy officers like looking up or showing up to your house, fucking looking for you.
Red then reveals that they built their upper arm a lot of times. Bex comments, "Ooh, nice." Again, this was a very irresponsible way to talk about these things with a minor. I don't have any experience or knowledge of how SH works, but Red claims that this needle stuff apparently happened way
Dude, this is literally like the 764 shit, right?
thighs. Red then reveals that they built their upper arm a lot of times. Bex comments, "Ooh, nice." Again, this was a very irresponsible way to talk about these things with a minor. I don't have any experience or knowledge of how SH works, but Red claims that this needle stuff apparently happened way before they joined the server, but they claim that it was not enough to cause the effect, which makes SH addictive.
When they get the "that's impressive" part, there for a kid, any form of attention or interest in you is positive. Like it's positive reinforcement, and they now know that. And also in 2018, by the way, speaking from experience, it's gonna be cringe as fuck. But like, yeah, everyone around that age, at school and shit, it was like X. Lil Peep, there was this like semi like emo sad boy fucking revival thing where people would be on Discord like pretending I'm just like a sad like I just like cut myself to Lil Peep or some shit. Like this kid probably thinks it looks cool and he's getting positive reinforcement for it.
Based on their comments from back then, there was clearly a unique sensation there, but again, I don't know for sure. Red claimed that the first time they did it for real was on October 31st, 2018. They had a fight with their
I remember on Discord people would have like X profile picture or Juice WRLD like profile pictures, and they'd like get in a relationship with some like random they met on Discord just so they could break up, and then do like sad boy posting like I loved her so much, man.
Family, which led to them dropping out. On the day before, Red asked Alan for advice on how to get over their fear of the pain of SH. I'm not sure if Alan is jokingly suggesting that Red should try flipping, as in juggling
So, okay, now we're encouraging a minor... Yeah,
knives, or if he should try using a folding knife, and he used the word flipping by mistake. Red seemed to interpret it as a suggestion for a type of knife, and asks if he could use a kitchen knife. If you cut yourself, you'll realize the pain is pretty whatever. Okay, thanks. You're welcome. If we scroll down a bit, we can see the exchange where Red asked Alan to talk about the problem of no longer going to school. They hadn't actually dropped out yet, that would happen soon after the 31st.
So I kind of was like, yeet, and I'm now trying to do online. Yeah, the kid is not officially dropped out. What they're doing is, at this point, they're going to try like alternative options since he's not going to regular school and he's like 15.
The SH first occurred.
I was doubting he officially dropped out, because at that age also, you need like the permission of parents, right?
Red would eventually develop an addiction to it. In February 2019, we can see Red mention that he talks to the least people in real life on the server. I have talked to 3 different people in real life in the last month. 5 months after joining the server, they've dropped out of school, they are self-harming, and they've become socially isolated. Despite Alan constantly behaving in an inappropriate, abusive, and downright criminal manner.
FBI, he's literally one of thousands, dude. He's one of thousands. And even like the shit he's getting off on, which you could see, like encouraging, like for someone like him, it is like the corrupting part that he's getting off on or whatever. There's so many like him now on here, and he's now just like, he was probably under an alt, lied about every detail about himself as a deleted user. He's probably in some other server right now under a different alias or doing it in some other contacts.
Towards Red perceived him as trustworthy.
And you're never gonna find him.
Red saw Alan as a good friend, bestest friend, and the reason why they haven't committed. We have already established that the odds that Nuxtaku didn't know that Red was a minor are super low. The further we looked, the more examples we saw of messages that must have been in Nuxtaku's line of sight that would indicate to any reasonable person that Red is a minor, or that Alan is sending some weird stuff.
It's crazy because you have a text, like you hear of case of grooming, but like to have it like, I don't want to say perfectly to give it a positive connotation, but this is like a perfect documentation of grooming. and it's all happening in Nux's server out in the open. You're watching the entire process, the effects it has on the kid's life, his response, etc. You're seeing it all in like high quality. This is like, I don't say a perfect example, but it's such a detailed example.
After him, Nuxtaku was also familiar with Alan. They've talked a lot, he's mentioned him lots of times, they hung out in VCs, and he gave Alan a shout out on his channel. But did Nuxtaku know about the other part of Alan's reputation? Check this out. On January 16th of 2019, Alan posted a bait and switch video into the general chat channel. The thumbnail shows a naked woman, but when the video is played, it switches to a video containing stuff like this. Despite the warnings given by other members to not look at it, Red can be seen giving their reaction to the video. You can take that as a
He's saying that because he's been given positive reinforcement before for watching the worst shit possible. When he braves through it, Alan's like, damn, like you're like, what was the word he used? Like, you're next level and shit. Like, the feigned impressed to make him feel special and cool for doing it.
Corroboration for my testimony of what the video is. Violet said that Alan should be banned. Nuxtaku was then pinged because Alan did something bad. Nux shows up and says, wow, didn't see that one coming.
That sarcastic remark indicates he's familiar with him, like, his unhinged nature.
And he then leaves. He took no action. He didn't delete the video or punish Alan or anything. Again, that was January of 2019. Nuxtaku would still have Alan on the Rant Cafe podcast in July and August.
And next,
I want to hear this guy.
Also, believe it or not, have Alan Weebus himself.
Hi there. Sorry, I'm the replacement for Animac Forever. He's dead now. I killed him. So you're gonna have to get accustomed to
I guess this guy could be late teens, 20s.
my presence from now on.
No,
Despite everything that was happening for months, Nuxtaku publicly endorsed this guy and presented him to his audience as this harmless, funny troll guy. When I asked Red about these old messages concerning their personal situation at the time, they said it was the beginning of probably the darkest period in their
I can't imagine, because also he's not going to be the full extent of what's going on in his real life. He's probably not being open about it, but I can kind of imagine what he was going through and what in regards to the deterioration of his life off the internet.
life. The good news
And then he goes to the internet to escape the complete shitstorm he's created for himself outside of it.
is that they stopped self-harming in 2021. They went into a dropout rehabilitation program, and they are now working on their university degree. To clarify some things, I reached out to Red because I saw their post on the Discord from years ago. They didn't reach out to me, no one tipped me off about them, I discovered them myself. I haven't conducted any in-depth
There are going to be more. This is not done. This is not dumb. We literally just had someone come when they were 14. They were in the server when they were 14. They were allegedly open about it, and they were having, albeit this is unverified. Somebody in my chat was just claiming this. There are going to be more. There are going to be more. At this point, we should be putting out like a fucking wanted poster. If you were once a minor that was in the Nuxtaku server between these dates, we want to hear your story.
interview with this person. I would just send them questions every now and then,
Not people that are presently minors, obviously.
and laid out this timeline and asked
Albeit when this was none of the people that were involved when this was going on are still going to be minors.
their thoughts.
Unless there were like actual 9-year-olds on the server.
They described it with the words, all of that is accurate to my knowledge. They don't remember anyone at the server really recommending them to seek help. When I asked about how they felt about Alan's behavior, they recognized that it was inappropriate towards a 14-year-old, but they don't believe he had any sexual grooming intention or meant what he was doing in that manner. They also mentioned Alan being very troubled at the time, which, based on Alan's messages, assuming he isn't lying, seems to be true.
As I said before, he probably doesn't think that because it wasn't like it wasn't like a typical case of asking for nudes and shit. But as I said before, you've no idea what gets someone off, right? In a space like this, paraphilias are incredibly common. Sexual fascination with shit that would seemingly not be sexual in nature, etc. And for people like this, sometimes literally the notion of like corrupting innocents, as I said before, is what's getting him off.
Based on the logs I've shown, it's tempting to conclude that the influences that Red was exposed to through Nuxtaku's unmoderated Patreon Discord
He's not just focusing on that. He's not just by coincidence using all of the tactics of grooming and focusing on that kid specifically. And like, it's very obvious what he was trying to do here. It's just wouldn't be a typical. The result was atypical, right? I guess there were no nudes, so he doesn't think that he was looking for something sexual.
Led to them dropping out of school at age 14 and getting into SH. The timeline laid out by the messages and by Red's testimony does support the idea, but to actually determine if that's the underlying reality would require further investigation. However, regardless of the actual consequences, allowing people to encourage or praise this kind of behavior in the first place is already insane. What is clear is that Red was repeatedly exposed to extremely obscene NSFW content and gore on the server, and that Nuxtaku made the NSFW channel because Red requested it, and then accepted more money from them. If Nuxtaku was too busy to moderate the server properly, it's not like he was totally unfamiliar with the concept of moderators. If he was, the 16th message on his Discord server was a user recommending him to designate moderators, to which Nux responded, indeed. One of the basic responsibilities of a
It's more than just negligence, because at the beginning you can make an argument of like an extreme pattern of recklessness, but when there is recklessness to this degree over so many co-occurring instances that he very obviously would have been aware of, it's more than recklessness. It seems intentional.
Discord server operator is to make sure that children are not exposed to adult content on their server. By allowing Red on the server and allowing
Wait, I said 15, he was 14.
Them to be exposed to all of these harmful influences, based on my estimation, Nuxtaku made $46. Not only did he fail to carry out that basic responsibility, he made money from neglecting it, something which would eventually become a core element of his success. If you remember, the Chris Tyson server closed its NSFW channel in January 2019, before the server went public. Nuxtaku's Patreon NSFW channel is still open in 2026. There is no age verification process, and anyone with $1 can join in. The channel hasn't had a new post since 2024, but it was still active when Nuxtaku was casting judgment on Ava Tyson. It's probably good to point out that Nuxtaku and Ava Tyson were both born in 1996. Tyson in July and Nuxtaku in February.
Holy fucking unk, dude.
Nuxtaku is a few months.
Just to keep in mind, like, even if it's, this was forever ago, maybe he was at that point in time, he was older than I am now. There's no excuse for
Older
this.
than Tyson, but he was making demonstrably worse mistakes at the same age, and continued to make those mistakes for years afterwards. There is no evidence for Tyson ever grooming anyone on the server, but her career was still destroyed by the controversy, something which Nuxtaku cheered on. And with that, I conclude the first part of our dive into...
Yes! First part! Good! Make another video, Nick Andros. I hope you are saving other things up your sleeve or whatever. You need to be making... Because he was like saying to me, like, this would be his last conclusive video on Nux. I was like, that's such a dumb choice from like a career perspective. But this is... It's a lot to process. But this video... there's like little nitpicky criticisms, but overall, this is enough. This would justify career ruination against like Nux. Like what we have here, we have evidence of complete willful recklessness in the cultivation of a community based around sexual degeneracy, kinks, NSFW, etc. Engagement with material that is pedophilic in nature, and by proxy that you're cultivating an audience that would be into said material. Then you have the creation of a community that at first would seem evidently has super young minors in it and has content that would also simultaneously appeal to them, but there's like potentially room for, maybe his head's in the sand. But then you have evidence that he explicitly allowed minors in his main Discord server, a server which he purposely created channels for the sharing of not safe for work images in. And you have this like kinky paraphilic group, many of which are potentially into sexualized depictions of underage kids, coming together in this community with actual kids by policy that Nux is allowed in the server. And then you have a much more direct, personally involved, personally damning situation where this small server with a small clique of active members has an open, has somebody that is very openly a super young minor that Nux is interacting with in voice chats where they're unmuted, etc. And this person is being openly groomed and exposed to harmful shit while their life deteriorates in open chat in this like in Nux's like smaller server. He obviously knew. He obviously was aware of this, and he either didn't care or wanted it. And regardless of which one it is, both of these are sufficient for the conclusion that this person should not have a platform. Him having a platform is putting people at risk, and I highly doubt that this kid is the only one. If this has been going on since 2018, I doubt it. I doubt it. And then there were some reactions, I guess, on X, including from Nux himself. Let's hear from the big man. By the way, if you want to give me $46 for me to, and I won't do it, groom you or anything, you can donate through Streamlabs, Super Chats, all that good shit. Your support goes a long way. If you can't, that's okay. Another good way to support us is by liking up.
Accusing you of being a pedophile because of a Discord. Oh yeah, we'll talk about it.
Dude, this is like the conservative meta. Okay, I'm stealing this one because it was a quote from Destiny from a long time ago. But there's a conservative meta of just taking really bad shit and like oversimplifying it so much. Like, for example, talking about January 6th, they'll be like, people are being arrested just because they decided to gather in protest. Or like, dude, they're calling you a pedophile because you had a Discord server. Like, the most reductionist version possible.
People are accusing you of being a pedophile because of a Discord. Oh yeah, we'll talk about that a bit today.
You're arrested for like assault causing bodily injury. Dude, they're getting on you for nonverbal interaction with another person? Wow.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to be rude. You know what? We'll save it for when I talk about it. It might have been one of the most disingenuous, slanderous campaigns ever. But we'll talk about it a bit. It's unbelievable, to be honest. It really is. It's like, oh, a guy got groomed in a Discord, which is fucking awful. Don't get me wrong, and I'm really sorry if I can.
No, it's not just that, right? It's that this server was NSFW. Obviously, your entire career is NSFW, and you very evidently knew that this person was a minor because there's evidence that you continuously engage with them. The server is so small, it was, and they mention it so many times. The likelihood of you not knowing and then all the other details from other servers and contexts coexisting is slim to none. We also have you openly allowing for minors in your main server.
Contributed to that at all. It's really fucking awful.
It's not like, and I've said this before, right? Unfortunately, it's a reality. If you run a super big Discord server, there will be some people that get in there and lie about their age, and sometimes, yes, there's a case of someone getting groomed. It happened to what's his face, Turkey Tom, right? But these are in huge servers, and the difference here is that it was actually a matter of policy to allow minors in your main server, and the grooming incident happened in a much, much, much smaller server. I'm trying to ask Nick Andros to give me an estimate of, like a ballpark estimate of how many actives he would reckon were in that server. And he says, watch the video. I did watch the video. I didn't see that ballpark estimate. But that's going to be very important for the assertion of, like, he very obviously knew.
But I really didn't contribute to that much at all, to be honest.
And then you have, what is that? And then furthermore, You have, what the fuck is it, dude? I saw this earlier. There were people in his chat. Who tweeted this out? Was it Harmful Opinions? Dude, this was like the craziest part. Hold on. I saw, there was some insane comment. I'm sure Nick Andros retweeted it. Some of the cope in his comment section was like fucking insane. Hold on. Someone was like saying like the minor was clearly into it or something as a defense. Hold on, let's go down here. Did he retweet it? Or I can't find it. Yeah, some of the cope has been insane. Let's go to his recent comments real quick. Then Parry wants to call in. We'll look at the comments and I'll let him call in. And then but I just gotta, I'll pee in between that. Shad Mam was not a lolicon, you idiot. You know what? I agree. He was worse. He was actually worse. So I don't know if this person is like a lolicon themselves and doesn't want a bad rep, or it was worse. Because Shadman was actually drawing real children. Okay. I'm currently at like the 45th minute of the video, but I really think this is greatly taken out of proportion. All the lolly shit, despite me not liking it, it's not pedo. Whenever Nux came across it, calling it cultured or wholesome, it was clearly sarcasm. The fans themselves throwing hentai in Reddit and Discord server isn't up to him to stop what they... Yes, it... What? Is this person retarded? Clickbait is insane considering the meta has always been clickbait, but feel free to give me more context. I'm interested.
Time they did it for...
Dude, what? I'm trying to look for some of the Defender comments here. Great reporting, but man, stop making it about politics. He's a pedophile and dangerous. That is for ruining the kid's life. But I can give you many examples of the other side. The pedophile problem is not exclusive to one person. Oh my dick. I dare say a lot of this is pedantic. The entire video seems to be framing lots over negligence. I knew they were gonna pull this shit. That's why I was like giving like the possible devil's advocate arguments, because they literally fucking did. A lot of the beginning shit, they're just going to give him an out, saying it's negligence, it's recklessness, etc., etc. When you have him on video allowing minors as a matter of policy on his server, while knowing he's an NSFW community, how are you going to... I'm literally just waiting for him to sue Hassan's ass into oblivion. That's why I support him at all. I unironically, these people, if Epstein were alive and against Hassan, they would be supporting him. I'm looking for that one comment. Yeah, I mean, this is just ridiculous. I think he's supposedly going to respond further, so we'll be waiting for that one. I'm going to go pee real quick, and then Parry's going to call in. Everyone kept defending him, went on about Ava Chris Tyson for weeks. Yeah. Yes. It's almost like these people are fucking spineless retards with no standards. You're not coming on. Why am I having you on? Yeah, unironically, someone donated earlier. Aiden, debate me on this, like, position I clearly don't believe in the Indian accent for the 37th time. It'll be funny, I swear. Hold on, I'm gonna go pee real quick, and then Parrot can come on. Tell him to join Colin. Fuck. That is just cope, though. There's one... Then we'll move on from Bobby, I promise. I know this might... Some of you already seen this, but there's one part...
Wiggle room to help her defense. And Sniper was just the current example I'm highlighting right now, but this type of
back on you, right? Like, the problem I have with, like, the edgy humor bros, which I was... I don't even want to... unlisted the video, which you were... I think, like... an L, it cheated W.
Dude, he lost like 10
What? Dude, he did it again. Listen, guys, why watch reels by yourself and react to the content yourself when you can watch a reel and every time you watch a reel...
Years old.
After every time you watch a reel, you can get the... Dude. Yeah, dude, I'm not even going to watch content anymore. I'm not even going to watch content anymore when I can go to the A Cheeto channel and get
Years old. Dude, he lost...
Dude, we need like an app where it just takes content, movies, whatever, every piece of fucking media you consume, because honestly, it's not enjoyable on its own, and then every piece of media you get the $1 million app idea. I'm the next Zuckerberg.
Dude, he lost like 10 pounds after this. Oh, I just noticed the hand. He's like bracing himself. This is how he's positioned. I low-key would call like an ambulance or the police or something. Like, that's actually so terrifying. Y'all think he's okay? I mean, everything came off for this. And he's like braced. There's fucking turbulence in this. Oh, I don't even know if I can show this. DJ Khaled tried to crowd surf.
Why would you not?
Oh my god! 10 dead.
Oh, get it. Get it loud. It's loud. It's funny.
5 injured.
Haha, black people. Haha, oh, look at black people. I'm a Cheeto, guys. Look, it's black people. Haha, haha, haha. All right, we're back. Hold on. Fuck. We're back. And I'm waiting for Parry. He can join Collins when he's ready. Who cares? Let's watch. Is he fully responding yet? Has he fully? I just saw this clip. Is Nux live right now? Parry said he wouldn't join unless there's a moderator. Well, then he'll run. He can call in right now if he wants. He's live on Kick. All right, let's pull it up. Last live 3 minutes ago. I'm here. He could call in. You're just like spamming. Wait. This is the running. The debate? I'm here. He could call in. I don't even fucking remember. It was some, cause like I felt like he was being dishonest about some shit.
Talk about it. We'll save it for when I talk about it. It might have been one of the most disingenuous, slanderous campaigns ever. But
well, I didn't realize there was a full response stream.
And if my father
hypothetical reality where
okay.
Saying why should the retards force me to live under their fucking lifestyle?
The way that Jim Crow 1.0 was
to be true. I think that most people on the left even know this to be true. That they're literally saying this because they're trying to steal elections. Like, I would be humiliated if I was a leftist.
And 9 days later, you took 10
$10,000
That's a lie.
from people who were then indicted. It's in your reports. Why'd you do it?
Sir,
Was it worth it?
You know what? This is a theatrical performance.
This is the truth.
Intervene, but reflects upon the.
Where's the response?
Disclose, or you think?
So sad.
Is it just in this clip?
That makes sense. I am going to be talking about. We're doing a Hassan video. We're starting off with a Hassan video. All right. So you say at the 1 hour mark of his stream. Let's see. At the 1 hour mark. All right. If it's good content, maybe we'll include it in my Hassan video.
As you were sitting right there.
Wow. Why is Baldy seeing some little minorities? He has the white knight. Well, it's about moving in that direction, obviously. I think that's clearly what it is.
Okay, so there is no response. Okay. Well, I don't have anything else on the docket. Parry's welcome to call in if he wants. But hold on. What else do we got going on? Let me check. Let me check Chud's inbox because mine is fucking dead. Hold on. We'll steal from there. I could go on for a little longer. There's a response. He says this other person is setting a condition. I'm asking her. It's a one-on-one discussion. That's there, right? He won't show up. He ran. Like, there's nothing else I could do for you. If you're gonna be here and spam my chat all day like a fucking loser, I don't know what to tell you. I'm here. He can show up if he wants. He can run if he doesn't. He just calls Nick. Yeah, we already saw that. Is there anything else? I do want to talk to Nick Andros. But he's on with Dickers. Hold on. Yeah, there's nothing else. There's nothing else. Doesn't look like it. I gotta finish the Elijah Schaefer, Sarah Stockwell. I'd go live on Kick with an edit stream. I don't think anyone wants to watch that. But yeah, we did good viewership wise today. I think we peaked to like 160 something. Cool shit. Cool shit. Refusing a moderator is running. You know what? No, it isn't. But sure. I will let Kathy be in the VC. But if you just like start talking and doing the unfunny Indian bit for like a second, I'm just going to remove you from the VC. Okay? How does that sound? I don't want to deprive the people of their content. I think that it's like weird that there needs to be a moderator for such a low stakes conversation. But sure, why not? All right, I'm here. Waiting on him. Hello? Hello? Great stuff, guys. Great stuff. Yeah, I can't hear him either. He's muted. Oh, wait, we were in call-ins. I'm retarded.
Figured it out, man. Good job.
What's up?
Oh. Okay, so there's some misinformation that has been alleged against you, Aiden, that you have not relayed all the stories about Perry correctly. So here he is to debate you about this.
Sure, what have I not relayed about you correctly?
Tell me what you haven't relayed correctly.
No, I'm asking you.
Yeah, and I'm telling you to tell me.
The accusation is on your end. I think I relayed everything correctly.
You know what it is. You know what you've done wrong. So tell me.
I don't think I did anything wrong.
So you're denying you did anything wrong?
Yep, that's what I just said.
It's pathetic. Grow up.
So do you have it like an argument?
An argument? My argument is that you need to grow up and get a life.
Aren't you?
And probably get laid. I feel like you're very pent up. You seem to be spurring out about me, and I see VCs in the Discord.
I've been in a...
Also... No, that's it.
Okay, Barry.
Aren't you like literally overweight?
Wait, I'll meet him over here. Aiden, Barry, he asked you a specific
Ryan.
question. Wait, Aiden. He asked you a specific question. What did Aiden say that you think is misinformation? Answer it.
He said that I didn't confront him in London. I did. And he knows. But he's pretending.
Never did.
It's very mature. You never did?
No,
I don't know what
never
you
did.
mean. What
No,
do
you
you
actually
mean?
never did.
I don't remember.
You're melting down.
That's you. That's you.
Just like stemming, repeating what the last person said.
I'm
My
really
question.
calm. My question.
Why don't you
Yeah?
Why don't you lay the timeline out? Your version of events.
Okay. We were in Hyde Cemetery, and I brought up that you were being foolish about the Hellbent situation, as well as you were wrong about the Leo Convoy doxing. That was wrong.
I thought you. Oh, okay.
I
So
brought
you,
these
did,
up to
so you
you.
did bring up the doxing thing. It wasn't me that told you about that.
Yeah, I did bring it up. I already knew about it.
Yeah, who told you about that?
Not telling you.
Because
Alright, tell me somebody that I can get from my hug box. No.
Wait, no. There's nothing. That's not against the rules. It's open to everybody. Nobody's getting
yes,
kicked.
it is. You're gonna probably ban them, and you're gonna throw a hissy fit.
No, it's
and bitch
cope
about it,
because
so no,
I'm the
telling
one
you.
that told you. That's the
It's
inconsistency
cope.
in your story.
It's cope. You use your Discord all the fucking time. As a hug box, and you ban people who dare
refuting?
spite you.
Wait, who have I banned? Who have I banned?
You ban people all the time whenever they leak. You've banned me for this reason, so I'm not telling you who leaked it.
I've removed you in the past for leaking when that was like a rule. Now it's just open
Also,
to
leaking's
everybody.
allowed now.
It's open to everybody. Like it's
Is
kind
that
of the
true?
assumption. It's like de facto.
Kind of the assumption.
De
This is
facto.
invite only.
De jure leaking isn't allowed. Like it's discouraged, but like it has like 150 people in it. Like it obviously shit's gonna get leaked. But yeah, I could state on the
Like
record.
the docs, you mean? Like the docs of Leo Convoy's wife? Like
Yeah,
that,
so
right?
I could like state on the record that I'm not gonna ban whoever it is that told you. If I go back on that, then I'll
Alright.
be a liar, right?
Well, you are a liar, so that's not like a new
Sure, it's just make
burden
like
for you
a
to
big
carry.
assertion with no evidence.
You've admitted to lying.
No, I have not. That's a lie. That's a lie. Can you tell me when that
Alright.
happened?
Well, anyway, it was.
Okay, so just move on from that because you just fucking lied. Okay.
What? Can I tell you when you lied all the time, man?
No, you said I admitted to lying. What did I admit to lying on? What did I admit
Stop. Give an example. Wait, Aiden, shut up. Give an example of a lie. Sorry.
I was talking to answer the question about who told me about fucking Icy.
Okay,
Oh, now we want to go back to that question. Cool.
Back to it,
Pivot
yes,
failed.
that's what I was
Pivot
doing.
failed. Tries to pivot.
Pivot failed.
It's too
He's
retarded. It's too retarded. It's too retarded to do it properly.
He's losing his way.
No, I just said you
Let him
pivoted because I saw you
Then
dead.
he will give you an example. Let him answer.
Any day now.
Of you admitting to lying. I didn't say you admitted to lying. I said
You
lied.
just said I admitted to lying. That's a
No,
lie.
you said, give me an example of you admitting to lying. I said you've lied before.
Okay, so you're saying
admitted it. I
on the
didn't say that,
record
didn't
that
I?
you didn't say that I admitted to lying just now.
No, I did say. I just remembered.
So you did say okay.
But anyway,
because you just
yeah.
denied saying it. So now you did say it.
yeah. I heard about the Leo Convoy wife doxing.
Okay,
from
you said I
somebody
admitted
before.
to lying.
Yeah.
Okay, so just can't just brings it up, can't find an example, moves on. Okay, in regards to that, as I said before, right? Like I was the one that told you about that. That's the inconsistency in your story. If that's not true, you can present. You can present. You can present who did. You can present who did tell it to you.
Why should people believe you and not me? Why would they do that? Well, I don't need to present
because
evidence.
you've made,
I know it's true.
You've made a claim that you've gone back and forth on three times in this discussion.
Evidence. You've made a claim without evidence.
I'm not even making a claim.
So why should I have to show
Yeah, which claim?
You're saying, Parry, you didn't do this. I'm saying I did do that. How is that indifferent?
Yeah, so I'm just asking for like some substantiation of that because you're like.
I'm asking you for some substantiation for me not having done it.
The burden is not on me to prove a negative.
Why not? That's not how it works. No, it is on you. You're saying, Parry, you're lying about this. You haven't proven that.
A troll bit. Cool.
And now you're actually running in stream, running on stream.
So
sorry, what I just said.
So did you like stream? So you're just not able to like answer questions?
Why is the onus on me to prove what happened?
Not able to answer questions, not able to exercise, not able to get a job, not able to move out of the house, not able to. Is there anything you are able to do?
Afraid of the Oreo.
What are you able to do?
Afraid of the Oreo. One's called the Oreo fat. Projects on Parry. Didn't answer my question.
What's your question?
Why is the onus on me to show what happened at Hyde Cemetery and not on you?
Well, because you're making the claim that my recollection is inaccurate.
I'm not making the claim. You made the claim that my recollection is inaccurate, and you cried about it in Icy.
Yeah, I was the first one to tell you. That's why there's nobody else that will claim. There's nobody else that will substantiate that they were the first one that told you.
Hey, wait a second. Just for the audience, they don't know what the claim you're talking about is. What
yeah,
claim
so about me reposting the Docs Live's wife and Icy, I was the one that told Parry about that at Highgate Cemetery.
No, you weren't. That's not true. You know, I brought it up. You're lying.
Yeah, you couldn't have because you didn't know about it.
I did know about it because I saw the fucking Icy because somebody showed it to me, you fucking retard, and you know this.
Yeah, so you're just inventing an imaginary person. That's why you can't.
Inventing what? There's no one in Icy. You said 150 people. None of them sent it to me. Go fuck yourself, man.
Yeah, can you tell us who did that? I
can, but I won't.
Yeah, because
why do I have to say it, and why can't you explain it? Why don't you?
Because you're lying. Because you're lying.
So you don't have to tell me because I'm lying, and your evidence I'm lying.
No, I'm telling you. My evidence that you're lying.
Why do I have to tell you? You haven't explained.
So I'm the one that is coming forward saying I'm the one that told you, right? Nobody else says.
And you have no proof of this. No proof of this. No proof of this.
The proof is on the stream.
No proof of this. Just making it up.
Are you trolling?
What stream? So you streamed our meetup at Hyde Cemetery?
No, I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about the stream right now.
Yeah, there's proof that you're saying that. There's no proof that you did it. That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, so what's being lied about here is like Parry's like too much of a pussy to own the unhinged troll bit, so he has to make up some justification for being like an antisocial retard. He's claiming we had some confrontation.
10 seconds.
I've engaged. What did I not engage with? You're coming up with a preemptive excuse for
Why should people believe you when you say that you told me about this? When I know that's not true.
Because I'm claiming that I'm the first one that told you, right? And you can't
produce. So people should believe you because you're claiming it. So people should believe you because you're claiming it.
How about this? If someone told you first, let that person come forward. I come forward. I was the one that told you.
Why should they have to come forward? You didn't tell me. You're bullshitting. Well, how did it go? How did the conversation go? Go on. Tell me how the conversation went.
We were there. I was complaining about, I think, like, I was complaining about, like, Dicker's overreacting or whatever because I didn't see it as a big deal after bringing up the situation to you.
See, what is a big deal?
You were just like barely talking, and then you said something along the lines of.
So you're telling me.
He says you'll get. He says. You then said to me. You'll get. You said you'll get it when you're older, and then the dialogue stopped because that's all you said. Right, and then you decided to like bitch that you were hungry at 3 p.m. and how you wanted to go to a cafe. And then despite that being the thing that like the turning point or whatever, you then met up with me the next night.
Turning point?
We went drinking at Spoons, right? You gave that like
turning point.
You gave that like that heart-to-heart speech or whatever the fuck you just like invented, and then we went out for dinner, and then when we were done, you left. Oh, and then the other part too is, right?
It's 2 days.
The other part too is,
asking you what happened the first
we went back to my hotel.
Are you just crying about the London trip?
No, I'm just saying, like, you're just lying for some reason.
You're just going over the whole story because you're crying. I asked you what happened. When did you tell me about the Dickersdale convoy thing? And you haven't answered.
At Highgate. I just said, that was in the story.
Yeah, you said, oh, Parry, Dickers is complaining and taking this too personally. But what's this? How would I know what this is?
Wait.
If you hadn't introduced it yet.
What? I did in the conversation. I explained the situation to you. I explained the situation to you, and then I said I think he's
Then tell me what that conversation was. That's what I asked.
I just did. Which part do you not understand?
Well, no, you said you just added now. Oh, before that I explained the situation. I'm asking you, how did that go? How did that go?
How did that go? We were in Highgate Cemetery. It was after we took the photo of Marks. We were walking on the sidewalk. The wall to the cemetery was on the left of us as we were walking towards the train station in Highgate. And I was recalling the situation to you. I explained like what happened the other night in the Discord server, how I felt like Dickers was being dramatic or whatever. And then you were like, I think you like asked me like one question, like about what I felt like if I felt like I did anything wrong, and then you're like, you'll get it when you're older. And then we just kept walking. And then the only confrontation that happened was the confrontation.
Completely go wrong.
You wanted to stop and eat at a cafe. You wanted to stop and eat at a cafe.
You just don't remember anything. Why do I waste my time with you? You're worthless. You should end your
you
life.
asked me to recall it. I did. You could just like repeat the same 15 catchphrases that got old like months ago because you've never material.
As a Perry myself, I can say Perry ran, unfortunately. He did run. You gave him the answer. You told him the events that happened. He's being ridiculous, asking for confirmation of what you said. Like, unless you are recording, there's no way you can confirm that you said that. And then he ran. So, unfortunately, I would have to announce the winner, Aiden Underground.
All right, cool. Did he just wait? No, he left.
He left.
Oh
Yeah.
wait, I didn't even. He left. Okay.
Yeah, what?
Cool. Thanks. Useful dialogue. He left the VC. It's just like, I get his bit. I get he's like it is my mistake for taking like the fucking unhinged antisocial guy seriously, and like, it's like, yeah, like I did deserve it, right? I did deserve it for like taking this guy seriously. But simultaneously, if you're gonna go, there is room for like the, I'm unhinged, I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks, like antisocial kind of bit. But like when you see through it, it gets really old. Like you realize he moderates all of his takes to fit exactly like what's in line with like what this side of the community is presently thinking, while simultaneously like getting the image of a contrarian because it's not in line with mainstream opinion. But in this bubble, a lot of our opinions are in line with mainstream opinion. The point is that it's congruent with the opinion of his mainstream targeted audience, so it's always safe. The other thing is, right, he just can't embrace like, yeah, I was like being a manipulative freak that like got into your hotel and like took photo of your shit. Isn't that like funny or whatever? Isn't that base? He like has to like make up some like lie justification that there was apparently some turning point that made him not like me anymore while we were at Highgate Cemetery. The problem with that is the next night after Highgate was when he met up with me with Soul there as a witness and Spoons, gave me some heartfelt speech, and then had to drop his shoes off at my hotel, was in the bathroom for a really long amount of time, then decided to take his shoes with him anyway before we went to dinner, despite that being the whole reason we went back to my hotel, which is why I think that was just like an excuse to get in my hotel. He claims that the reason he decided not to drop off his shoes is because he decided he didn't like me. Even though after that, we then went out for dinner. Me and Soul split the bill. We paid for his food, and then he left. There were no complaints. So I don't know. I just think it's like I think it's like cowardice. Just like own that you're like the unhinged like freak, I guess. But yeah, that's about it. That sucked. Yeah, I knew it was gonna suck, but might as well do it. $5 from Anonymous. Can we get Alan Weebus to start sending Aiden DMs? So true. Well, anyways, we did better viewership-wise this stream. Thank you guys for watching, as always. I will be seeing you tomorrow. I don't know what we're going to have on the docket for tomorrow, so if anyone has some suggestions, you could join my Discord server, link them in inbox. But yeah, thank you guys for the support. I will... Hold on. All right, take care, guys. Bye-bye.